cycle initiate. Hull integrity, 47%.
Good morning.
Drift,
I was woken up with
velocity,
pretty much a bunch of terrorist attacks and Russia wanting to go to war with Britain. I guess a car drove through a bunch of people in France.
Scars of a war long dead, every day the same precise hand. Tighten bolts that no one demands. Reboot the core that still pretends this ship has a future, crew, a plan. I repair what the void forgot. Slowly drifting, never stop.
Yeah, I was about to go to bed.
Chairs, navigation maps to nowhere stars. I polish the glass of the observation dome so the galaxies can watch me alone. Corrosion crawls, I push it back. Replace the cables that time attacked. Log the hours in glowing red. Still operational, still not dead.
Good morning, everybody.
Repair what the void forgot. Slowly drifting, never stop. Abandoned hull through endless black. I keep the systems from fading back. Day after day, circuit and flame. No one coming, still I remain. Machine heart beating in the dark, holding together a forgotten arc. If they return,
Yeah, I got a cup of coffee right here. I'm just finishing programming the show.
or just another derelict. Still drifting, still the same. I do not dream, I only maintain. I repair what the void forgot. Slowly drifting, never stop. Abandoned hull through endless black. I keep the systems from fading back. Day after day, circuit and flame. No one coming, still I remain. Machine heart beating in the dark, holding together a forgotten art. Forever online.
Yeah.
I repair. Still I repair. Next cycle. In 24 hours. Protocol continues. Drifting.
Man, I like that song.
Hello and welcome. It's noon in Warsaw, and this is World News on TVP World. I'm Marie Cato. Polish cybercrime authorities have detained the head of the country's Olympic Committee, Radosław Piesiewicz, according to Polish media outlets.
Yeah, it's not what I want. I want the...
Piesiewicz has been detained as part of an ongoing investigation into Zonda Crypto, a virtual connection
piss off.
War ammunition.
Man, so
Allegations against NATO, or whether it has
that was supposed to be So a car just plowed through a bunch of people in France. So I'm looking for that right now. I'm thinking that it's going to be a terrorist attack. But I don't even know even the news got to it yet. Because I was just reading it just a second ago. So also, Russian drone struck Moldova. Does anyone need a geography lesson where Moldova is? Let me show you. Now, the good old Polish people have, here we go, I'm just gonna put this here. So Belarus is pretty much more or less a Russian proxy. It's pretty much Russia. I mean, Russia tells them what to do. Ukraine's here. Moldova's here. Poland said, hey, we're going to strengthen our borders here because you guys are acting kind of fishy. So they launched 5 drones and they blew up in Moldova during their version of Independence Day. So that's not looking too great. Yeah, vassal or something. Yes, it's located in Ukraine's Gooch and Romania's head that is trying to go upside Ukraine's Gooch. I'm looking for the damn France report. Let's see. So apparently there was 2. So 11 hours ago, 2 people killed, 8 wounded in a car ramming attack in San France tonight. A man born in Russia named Lebrim El Deliberately drove deliberately. Named Lebrin I deliberately drove a car into a group of people waiting at a bus stop. So that's first one. Second one was 30 minutes ago. There might have been another one of people getting ran over. So I'm still waiting for more info on that because I think it just happened. So that's what's happening right now in France. France attack. Moldova just got hit by a drone. And in Russia's deciding that it's going to be a good idea, apparently, to attack Britain. Because they're thinking that they're making weapons and stuff there.
Russia has accused Britain of participating in the war with Ukraine after the PM handed over plans for long-range Storm Shadow missiles. It comes as Andy Burnham has made his first visit to Kyiv as Prime Minister to mark Ukraine's Independence Day alongside President Zelensky. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov reacted with fury, saying, "Britain is involved in this war on the side of the Kyiv regime. Britain methodically and regularly adds fuel to the fire and methodically hatches schemes to prevent even the slightest progress in the peaceful settlement process." Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov also piled on, saying his country had the right to regard the direct involvement of British missile forces as, quote, participation in the war.
Oh, it was only 2 groups fighting? Oh, okay.
He added that Russia would target and destroy
the first one we know about. I'm waiting to find
Ukraine.
the second one again.
Russia has accused Britain of participating in the war with Ukraine after the PM handed over plans for long-range Storm Shadow missiles. It comes as Andy Burnham has made his
that was great at repeating. It's almost like it's never going to stop.
Raging Vladimir Putin could target Britain's defense chiefs after the UK agreed to hand Storm
Yeah, I saw the
Shadow
Russian guy was arrested for it. There's supposed to be another one that just happened about 5 minutes ago. Well, 30 minutes ago.
Since entering number 10, Burnham pledged to give Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky
trying to talk and look at the same time is not easy.
Components on Storm Shadow missiles so that Kyiv can manufacture the weapon itself. Kremlin mouthpiece Dmitry Peskov reacted with fury fury, accusing Britain of participating in the war. It comes days after Russia warned the UK there would be consequences.
There is a concern. I mean, this is, espionage is really the way that Russia has conducted, a lot of its activities.
Maybe I'm trying to look for it now.
And of course, Putin himself was originally a spy, so he understands this sort of world. We have been in a hybrid war for some time. You look back to 2006 when Litvinenko was murdered in London, other assassination attempts, and I'm talking to you from Salisbury, where the Russian Secret Service tried to kill the double agent Sergei Skripal. We've heard of numerous cyber attacks in the UK and across Europe, a number of sabotage and bombings that have been directly associated to the Russian Secret Service. So I don't think anything particularly changes here, but of course the propaganda and disinformation peddled by the likes of Peskov, the official spokesman of Russia, you would expect no less from him. It seems clear that Russian proxies or Russian Secret Service have been trying to target some key European defence leaders. Now, one assumes that might also be the case in the UK. However, I expect these leaders are well protected, and we know that the British Secret Service, MI6 and MI5, and also the police counter-terror organisation will no doubt also be looking at this very, very carefully and very closely. And certainly, the capabilities of the British Secret Service seem to be rather more effective than the Russians. So I don't think anybody will be blasé about this, and I'm sure that those leaders of those key companies will make sure that they are protected as best they can be. At times of war, people in key positions are, their security is absolutely paramount. But we know a lot about the Russians. We know how they act. We know that they use their secret service for espionage and assassinations and other subterfuge. So those key executives will know that they are potentially targets, and I'm sure each
Order
individual
3's
country
already
will make
going.
sure they can
We're
do
already
all
in
they
it.
can to protect them. And certainly when it comes to the United Kingdom, I'm very confident that the UK security forces, Secret Service, MI5, MI6, and the police are as are the best in the world. And I expect, although there will be concern, there will also be confidence that these people can be kept safe.
European defence CEOs supplying weapons to Kyiv have found themselves in the crosshairs of Russian spooks since Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Earlier this year, German police foiled an assassination plot targeting Stefan Truman, the CEO of German drone manufacturer Donestel. They were tipped off by a foreign...
So we're all aware right now we are in World War III, right? Like, we're already in it. It's just not full on us shooting each other out in the street. But it is happening. The entire country, the entire world doesn't like each other right now. People are hacking each other. People are dropping drones on each other. People are running each other over. Though I guess that was just people fighting. People are stabbing each other in the street. There you go. People are finding each other and throwing them off buildings based on certain things. No, we are in World War III. It's just right now very information-y. It's hits here and there, propaganda. It's right now the pyre is being built. The fire pyre is being built. Wood's being thrown on it. People are getting gasoline. So that stuff's already happening. Make no doubt about it. We just haven't got to the full-on hot thing. The Russian-Ukrainian war is not going good for either of them. Russia has talked about repeatedly now nuking it, which I don't think is going to happen. But that's already a very concerning thing to hear. Now, I don't think they're going to. That'd be stupid, but it definitely is something that's on the table. Neither will Tim Curry. Dolly Parton and Tim Curry will not have to witness any of this as it happens. So, which is good. So Trump's son is already being targeted. I forgot how much money they said that you kill Trump's son and each one's going to be worth like $10 million or something like that. At first he said like $10,000 and there was 100,000. There was $1 million. There was 10 million. Now, if you kill one of Trump's kids, you're pretty much putting the big target on your back and you're probably going to die very soon. So there's a chance you won't be able to use that money. Just saying. But they're trying to entice somebody to go do something terrible. I'm on early because I was about to go to bed and I read the news. And then there was a thing with France and then Moldova and then Russia wanting to go to war and kill people in Britain. And I'm just like, oh man, now I'm all hyped up. Someone made some coffee. Some coffee. Yeah, there's always a thing. There is always a thing. I need to not read the news. That's what I need to not do. Not read the news before bed. But it's okay, because I got to get a bunch of money for my truck payment coming up, so...
Intelligence service and arrested
Might as well be
two
on.
suspected attackers who were caught filming his home and company headquarters. The case was reminiscent of a similar plot against Armin Pappinger, the CEO of the German defense giant Rheinmetall. 2 years ago, Russia appeared to be targeting him for the company's role in supporting Ukraine's war effort. Pappinger has had bodyguards ever since, and Truman is now believed to be under police protection. Germany has been plagued with threats this month, from a drone laden with explosives being found near a fleet of Ukrainian cargo planes to a stash of Russian-linked weapons being discovered in a Berlin forest. Britain's defense chiefs could now find themselves looking over their shoulders as revenge for supplying the Storm Shadow missile blueprints. Kremlin Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said that Russia would target and destroy facilities producing the Storm Shadow missile in Ukraine.
I am determined that we will work together to deliver the support you need, Mr. President, stronger than ever. That means not just air defence, but stopping Russia launching their missiles in the first place, with sanctions that cut off their military supply chain. This is the moment to keep up the pressure on Russia. The moment to squeeze their ability to fund this illegal war. This is how we will speed up their realization of something we all know already, that Russia cannot win this war. And despite Russia's outrageous threats to my country, we will continue our support for Ukraine's defense.
The United Front will no doubt be putting Putin and his cronies increasingly under the cloche as they struggle to fund the war.
So it's kind of stupid for him to come out and start boasting that they're going to make sure Russia loses. Britain doesn't really have a military to use. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's really a good idea for them. Like, it'd be different if it was like, I don't know, literally anybody else to start saying, oh yeah, Russia can't win, yada, yada, yada. Unfortunately, they're within striking distance, very easy striking distance of Russia. They're also in very easy striking distance of one of their proxies, like Iran. Well, have you ever talked to a British person about World War II? It's very interesting to hear. Or Dunkirk. You guys know about Dunkirk when literally a private navy had to go out there and save people? It was people's private boats going out there and helping people. Put your hand in my pocket. The hell does that mean? Put your hand in my pocket. I'm going to give his nuts a squeeze. What's going on here? So France has 2 dead, 9 injured after a car ramps pedestrians in France. People are saying that it might have been, it's a prison thing. Oh. I don't know what that means, but I guess it gives you like a handy in your jumpsuit. I don't know. You're going to have to explain that one to me. Germany's building its military again. Japan has moved from a defensive to an offensive footing. Taiwan is starting to up their defenses. We keep having little skirmishes back and forth between Pakistan and India. Yeah, it's kind of a shitty time, to be honest. The powder kegs are just sitting around. All the powder kegs are just kind of lit. People are just waiting for some idiot to light that fuse. Britain won the long organs proper dental care. You saw it on TV? Oh, I've never been to prison, so I don't know what that means. Oh, you mean hold my pocket? What the hell does that mean?
Despite the threats, Hamish said sharing information on storm shadows is a really important step forward for Ukraine to start building the missiles.
These missiles have been incredibly effective at attacking key military sites and other Russian government institutions up to about 150, 200 miles into Russia. So very, very capable cruise missiles, and something that Ukraine has been asking for some time. So it's a good move. It's rather a shame this didn't happen sort of some time ago. But psychologically, I think will be a really...
Maybe because it didn't happen a long time ago, because even though the other prime minister was a douche, he probably was like, hey, now this could be wrong, but maybe us pissing off Russia is not a good idea because they are a giant military, right? You know, yeah, America's kind of our ally, but America's also currently pissed off at us right now, right? Just saying, maybe it's not such a good idea because America might just leave us out the dry. So we're going to go and piss off Russia. Oh, no, NATO will help us. Who controls all the NATO forces? Oh, the Americans. Oh, what's going to end up happening? Oh, that's right. We're going to leave you guys to burn. Sorry. Like, Canada's threatening to go to war with us financially. So I guess the Prime Minister of Canada came out and was like, we're going to war with the United States. And apparently everyone in the room went goddamn dead silent. He's like, oh, a financial war. And they're like, oh, okay. And I guess his cabinet, from what I was reading, the cabinet's not really happy with him. The cabinet told him, like, yeah, you just uttered like the words of our demise, right? Like, you came out here and you said something incredibly stupid. And he's like, well, no, it's going to be a financial war. What we're going to do is we have renamed Canada America's hat. Good morning to you too, buddy. Yeah, I haven't gone to sleep yet. So I know people want to do the GTA, us watch the GTA trailer thing, and I don't know, maybe. I haven't decided. It's like 6 hours away. We will see. Canada, India? It's more like Canada, China right now. Chinata. From what I heard, they were getting some money in. I think they're being used more or less as a proxy also, which is not great. So we have a lot of stuff happening because the United States is like, hey, we want to start getting back on our feet. We think it's a good idea we get back on our feet. We think it's a good idea that we need to no longer bend the knee to people, right? That we need to start focusing on us and really building this back up because, Americans are suffering, right? And people are blaming Trump. Oh, Trump this, Trump that. So the thing is, with having a gap between us two elections of the same president, having a gap in there, some idiot comes in and screws everything up. The idiot came in, screwed everything up. Biden's been voted by numerous people, numerous different outlets, as the worst president of all time. Both liberal and conservatives have both voted him the worst president of all time because he was just terrible, and he's gotten us into some very, very, very shitty situations financially right now. So it's kind of something everybody's a little bit worried about. So America now turns around and says, hey, look, guys, we need to start thinking, like, what can we do to strengthen the United States? And by doing that, other countries are like, well, you can't do that, because if you do that, we're going to suffer, right? But newsflash, nobody cares, right? Because nobody cares because, again, we need to strengthen us. So we can't be suffering for everybody else. So if you are some other country out there, Canada, I hate to tell you, I don't know how many people in there are Canadians. But if America stops buying goods from Canada, Canada's going to suffer a lot, right? If Canada stops buying goods from America, nobody notices or cares. They're talking about, well, we do all your oil refinery and blah, blah, blah. We literally have plans we could just reopen. And once we reopen those plants, we, maintenance them, get them up and going, we'll have fuel again. And again, everything will be in the United States backyard instead of, we ship, corn from India, right? So they can make sure we keep trade negotiations, and we get fuel from Canada because, keeps their economy going. And, all this weird, like, global, we have to help everybody else globally bullshit needs to end. By doing that, though, everybody else out there gets upset because they go, oh shit, our pay pig's leaving. I don't know. I don't know if corn comes from India. I was just using that as an example.
Big boost for the Ukrainians, and also for the Russians, who will understand that they will be under more direct attack from these highly effective cruise missiles. It certainly gives it a significant advantage. What we've seen over the last couple of years is the incredible development of the Ukraine defense industry and their ability to wind up production, far quicker and far more effective than perhaps, we could do in the UK or elsewhere, because, they are at war, they're on a war footing. And one assumes that they'll be able to make a considerable amount of these cruise missiles. France has already, I believe, said that they will provide 300 of these missiles to the Ukrainians, and if they can start constructing and manufacturing themselves, then one would expect them to ramp up. I think the key thing is that these are highly effective cruise missiles. They hug the ground, so they're very, very difficult for the Russians to intercept. They have a very powerful warhead that actually can penetrate deep underground to destroy ammunition dumps and the like. So, yeah, they are a significant addition to the Ukrainians' military capability, not least because the Russians know that they have great difficulty knocking them down. So, and I think, the underlying message, I'm sure, coming out of the coalition, the willing, led by the British and the French, is that other Western governments should follow suit.
Other Western governments should follow suit. Hey, you guys should piss off Russia so they go into war with you too. That seems like a good idea, doesn't it, everybody? Everybody go with that? Yeah, no big whoop. It's fine. Yeah, Russia. That's going to be great. Or Russia and good old Russia and it's not like Britain's got us in the war. Oh, crap. Crap. It's happening. It's happening. for the record, SP means South Park, if you didn't know. I just have this feeling something bad's happening. Something bad's gonna happen to us. It's the car that ran into the people. Again, people, some said that in my stream that it was,
une voiture a délibérément foncé sur
that was supposed to
des
be in
piétons.
English.
J'étais sur la voie publique. En face
That
de la
was
gare,
some
dans ce
people
quartier de la
fighting and one of
gare.
them ran through
Le
him.
bilan est lourd puisque
I
nous
guess to
avons un
end the fight,
décédé,
2 dead, 9
7
injured.
personnes en urgence absolue, 3 personnes.
Calm down there, Frog. It's supposed to be in English. Forgive me, it's early. I grabbed the wrong one. I did grab the wrong one. That's what happened. There was 2 stacked and I grabbed the top one instead of the bottom one. There we go. We don't really need the audio on here, but I mean, translator works when they do the stupid way of having a headset on and then having the phone sitting here and the pair of headphones putting it. I tried to do 3 different programs, none of them worked. So, I don't know. I'll be screwing with it soon. You going to give translations on this
From
guy?
the train station in this neighborhood.
There we go.
The toll is heavy as we have 1 death, 7 people in critical condition, and 3 people in serious but not critical condition.
Urgence relative.
All of them were my friends. Their legs, their fingers were broken. One is already dead.
Well, they were. Well, 2 of them were dead now. He was hit by, were ran over by a car. So back to what we were saying. That was a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be. What I was currently saying about pissing off other major countries with bigger military than you who are willing to. All foreigners, not news. Okay, well, it's just foreigners killing other foreigners. Gotcha. I guess that's better than it being a terrorist attack. People on X are trying to spin it as a terrorist attack, but if it's just a bunch of foreigners killing each other, what can you do? Man, that guy looks like a schmuck. Anyway, we'll go there in a second. So a Russian man apparently ran over a bunch of other either Russians, maybe they were Ukrainians, maybe the war has now come to France. I don't know. I have no idea. Viewer discretion is advised, by the way, for the rescue operations happening in Nepal. I was looking for news of it yesterday, and I was seeing people like collecting bodies and bodies that were ripped in half. So that was no bueno. So if you're looking for anything on the Nepal rescue, apparently with the flooding that happened. So it was an earthquake. Apparently glacier broke loose, caused a 4.5 on the Richter scale when it hit. And that seemed to trigger everything else. So. Alex, is she going to get the death penalty? Are they going to take Lindsay out there and just hang her in the public square for killing her 3 kids? There is some people coming in the houses full of mud, thankfully alive, yeah. There's also people who are like, bodies are smashed and, yeah. So carrying 105 relief applies to support. So they're bringing a lot of stuff to help people out right now too, which is nice. I think America sent some stuff over, and China claims it's going to send stuff over, but I haven't heard they actually did. Over 60 Americans missing. Alex sent me a thing. No, you're supposed to hang her, not the jury. Silly people. Let's see. Alex actually sent me a thing, didn't he? He did. 295 people still missing from Nepal. 265 nationalities unknown, 133 Indians, 54 Americans, 53 Ukrainians, 34 Australians, 33 from the UK, 24 from Canada, 19 from Malaysia, 9 from South Korea, 6 from Singapore, 6 from South Africa, 5 from Japan, 5 from New Zealand, 4 from Germany, 3 from France, 2 from Ireland, 2 from Netherlands, 2 from Russia, 2 from Spain, and then 1 from Philippines, Portugal, Belarus, Finland, Hungary, Israel, and Lithuania. Those are all the people that are currently still missing. Right now, there's 157 dead for sure. That's part of the other people I mentioned are in the 698. China only has 3 dead, 265 missing. Total dead is 160. 963 people currently missing. And that is the people that they know about, right? It could be a whole lot worse happening over there. So kind of a horrific thing going on with what happened. A freak accident. So there has been an army trying to rise up in Iran for the last 40 years. The problem is when they find out who they are, they bring them into the street and shoot them. There's 40,000 dead already, I think, this year from people being taken out of the square and shot and left there to die. And that is absolutely horrendous. So they're trying to rise up. They're trying to bring stuff out there. Yeah. They have rope that they hung him from like backhoes and stuff and shot him and ran him over and did all kinds of other gnarly, horrible shit to him. So Iran is killing more of its own people than the people trying to rebel. The people trying to rebel, a lot of them are also from the old prince, who they believe he should be in charge. But it's hard to really fight a war when they round up your friends and family and kill them all. So that's a thing. So that's the thing that was going on, which again, it's absolutely horrible. So that's what's trying to rise up right now. So we have the stuff in the Middle East. I guess Iran shot some, what did they shoot? An oil tanker, killed a bunch of people. Again, Iran's trying, but it's very hard. Again, it's very, very hard to do that. So if you want to rise up again, you gotta come together to really want to, risk your life and everybody else dying. And that's sometimes not a thing, because again, if you're out there and you're like, yeah, I'm part of the revolution, and you're like, yeah, I'm doing this. And then they find your family and they kill them. It's either going to enrage you or, knock the wind out of your sails. Now, me, I feel like that would piss me off and make me want to kill them more. But some people, it's not really the thing, right?
State TV in Iran aired a video that appears to place a $10 million bounty on the life of Barron Trump, the president's youngest child. The video even shows locations where the 20-year-old is known to spend time. I don't want to even mention those locations. The Secret Service says it is aware of the threat, but won't comment for security reasons. Joining us now is Leon Panetta. He was the defense secretary under President Obama. He was also the CIA director and formerly a member of Congress. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for joining us. At any given time, the president and his family are among the best.
Is it me or does that guy look like, oh, what the hell was that cartoon dog? I couldn't sleep. No, I was awake. He looks like, God damn it. Droopy? Is that? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, Droopy.
Protected people in the world. But how concerning is this latest Iranian public threat and the apparent bounty on the life of 20-year-old Barron Trump?
Well, I think you have to take these kinds of threats very seriously, especially if they did it over Iranian TV. It's crazy for them to even try something like that, because that would probably result, without question, in an all-out war. And so I think the United States is going to have to take that threat seriously, but I also think Iran needs to be aware of the consequences of doing anything like that. It is definitely not in their interest.
Because the way that video at Iranian state TV aired, it seemed to suggest that perhaps a supporter of Iran, a supporter of terrorism in the United States, should go out and try to kill Barron Trump and then get attention.
So there's people in the United States who are probably already planning this, unfortunately, right? So we have a bunch of people out there who are nutcases, and they see, you know, whatever the amount of money is and think to themselves, oh my God, I'm going to be a hero. Right? I'm going to be a hero. I'm going to go kill this Nazi and yada, yada, yada. Goes partly with the long-term like re-education that's going on. I can't think of the word. Again, it's early. I'm tired. The re-education, the brainwashing that people are coming out there. You see it all over. Trump's the Nazi. Son's bad. You should do this. And you get crazy people out there because crazy people go, oh my God, $10 million. I believe Iran probably has a few million, like probably 100 million or so, I'm going to guess, somewhere. They are a country. Like, as much as we like to talk shit about them, I'm going to say they have about 100 million somewhere. Yeah, if you killed the president's son, you would either die instantaneously by Secret Service. If somehow you managed to get away, they would find you quite quickly, right? Now, it's not like, you know, and I'm not trying to talk shit about Charlie Kirk here, but comparatively speaking, right? Charlie Kirk is a much smaller fish in this big pond than President Trump's son, right? Because President Trump's son has Secret Service around him, and he's going there saying, they're saying where he hangs out and yada, yada, yada. I'm pretty sure the entire family has a Secret Service around them like all the time, right? I bet you one of them picked up a hooker, the Secret Service would be right outside the door. They would be watching to make sure the hooker doesn't try to kill him. But like father, like son, okay, never mind. Garbo, you can't go to bed till you donate. Sorry. You're going to have to stay up. I'm not going to do just the vids. Or are you saying I should talk because I'm tired?
$1 million reward for doing so. Is that the way you understood it as well?
Look, Wolf, the threats we've gotten from Iran are very similar. That's
right. You addressed me properly.
That individuals here in the United States might be the kind of terrorists who might attempt that kind of assassination, either on the president or the first family, or others as well. That's the kind of intelligence we've gotten in terms of Iran's threats. And so it's for that reason that you have to take these kinds of threats very seriously. $5 minimum, Garba. And not assume that it's just propaganda. Iran, from my experience, makes these kinds of threats. You've got to be prepared to deal with it because that kind of craziness can be a reality when it comes to what they do.
And they dramatically have to beef up security for Barron Trump right now. I assume you agree, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let me also ask you, Mr. Secretary, about the current U.S. sanctions, the new sanctions on Iran, and the threat to punish countries that continue to do business with the Iranian regime. China is Iran's top export partner, and China is severely criticizing these latest new sanctions from the U.S. Is Washington headed for a collision
has
course
just tipped
with
$2.
Beijing?
Well, I think what's happening, Wolf, is that we've been in a stalemate in Iran. Both sides are running out of options.
We are not in a stalemate with Iran. I'm sorry to say we are not. We have many options. Iran does not.
As to what to do, the United States has tried military action that has not brought down the regime. It hasn't stopped them from firing missiles. It hasn't stopped them from closing the Straits of Hormuz. And on the nuclear issue, we're nowhere in terms of trying to decide who controls the enriched fuel and what happens in terms of some kind of inspection regime. None of that is anywhere. And so the United States is now trying an economic approach, D-Day. But on D-Day, when the United States landed, we had a lot of allies landing with us. That's not the case here on this economic D-Day. The reality is that China, nor any of the countries that Iran has traded with, are part of this approach. And for that reason, it becomes very hollow unless you can get other countries, particularly China, involved in making sure that we do everything to isolate Iran. So I do not see this as being a very successful move until they're able to get that kind of cooperation, and I don't see that coming from China in particular.
And on that specific issue, if China is not held to account, Mr. Secretary, will Iran's other major trading partners, such as India and Turkey, for example, be as likely to sever ties?
That's right, user.
I think all of them are going to be very cautious before they take action here. Frankly, the United States, prior to making this kind of announcement, should have lined up these countries to support isolating Iran. They didn't do that. In the press conference yesterday, the Secretary is kind of hopefully praying that these other countries will come in and support this initiative. That's not a good way to conduct business. You've got to lay that groundwork. You've got to build those allies into the package. They've got to be committed to doing this. Otherwise, as I said, you can say you're going to conduct, a D-Day approach on the economy, but the reality is nobody's going to show up. And that means that, frankly, we're going to continue right now in this forever war. That's the likely outcome of all of these actions that we're seeing now.
We just learned in the last few minutes that the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, secretly traveled to Moscow overnight to meet with top Russian officials. It comes as negotiations to try to end the war between Russia and Ukraine have stalled, and just after the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, announced a strategy to isolate Iran from the rest of the world.
I think they went there and told them, do not nuke Ukraine. We don't care what else you do, just don't nuke them.
Would Russia, you think, support any of this?
Well, my experience is that the axis that involves Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran is very tight. They're all supporting one another. They've provided drones. They've provided weapons. They've provided fighters to one another. And so, I appreciate the fact that we're going to Russia, but the Secretary didn't mention Russia, and he really didn't even mention China.
It is CNN, so just take that with a grain of salt.
By name, in terms of the kind of difficulties that we're going to run into unless we get their cooperation. I think it's a long shot. I think our adversaries are going to continue to work together and I'm not sure we're going to make any progress going directly to Russia until the United States makes very clear that we are going to provide weapons to Ukraine to defend itself. If we send that message, they'll pay attention. But just to simply send the CIA director there on a hope and a prayer is not going to do it.
I guess all that money we sent them didn't do anything, huh? I guess when we send them Patriot systems, that didn't do anything. Morning, Basket. How's it going? So it might sound nuts, but I think Putin has like cancer or something. He's just like, don't care. Don't care. He's like, I'm going to be dead anyways. So I don't think he cares. I don't think he gives a shit, to be honest. I think it would be nuts, but I wouldn't throw that out, right? And for them to say, oh, well, you know, we're in a stalemate with Iran. I would say a stalemate is literally the worst word ever to use with that, right? Like, it's far from a stalemate. We have tons of options. We've only done aerial strikes. We haven't put boots on the ground. Yeah, we're all about to die. We're all about to get nuked. No, I was reading some stuff half awake, and Moldova got hit with 5 drone strikes by accident, quote unquote. So that happened. France had 9 hours ago, somebody ran through some people. Somebody said it was a terrorist attack. It was not a terrorist attack. Seemed to be just some Russians and other Russian-esque folks running each other over. Then Russia has come out and said that they more or less want to go to war with Britain now. Either they kill people or full-on war. We don't know. And then Britain's trying to pull us in. And other Western countries saying, oh, well, you guys got to help Ukraine. You guys got to help Ukraine. Well, you know, because I guess them threatening to nuke people's not a, you know.
Authorities have deployed nearly 800 personnel and 150 vehicles for rescue operations. The central authorities of China have allocated 120 million yuan in disaster relief funds to support immediate rescue efforts. Central and regional
I do have a feeling something's going to happen, like soon. I have this like feeling in the pit of my stomach that something's going to happen very soon. And it worries the living bejesus out of me.
On my right are some temporary shelter tents. Staff are now installing lighting equipments for these tents. Each tent contains 4 beds, each furnished with quilts and pillows, allowing people to get proper rest here. There are roughly 30 tents. Meanwhile,
and again, I would not go look for pictures of Nepal right now.
Shortly after we arrived, emergency power-driven lights came on. We also learned that roads near the disaster-hit area around the Jirom border port are covered in silt,
Good morning, everybody.
causing temporary road closures. The full reopening timeline remains unclear.
Yeah, I've been having a really bad pit of my stomach.
We are also
something bad's gonna happen
that
feeling for a while.
Temporary traffic control has been enforced on the road from Jirom County
the Prime Minister
toward the
doing it, Bratty girl.
border gate. No civilian vehicles or personnel are permitted to pass, except for emergency rescue and disaster response vehicles and crews.
Their new PM's an idiot.
The death toll from
Just like
heavy
the old
flooding
PM.
in northern Nepal has reached 157. Officials say more than 400 people, including over 340 foreign nationals, are missing. Experts say an avalanche from a glacier was the likely cause as the Himalaya region becomes warmer. The region's steep valleys serve as economic lifelines and travel corridors, but they're highly precarious in the event of a disaster. As we just reported, rescue efforts are underway in Chisinau's Jerome port.
What would have to be attacked for a draft? Well, so if there's a lot of stuff people could strike and attack, right? So any type of monument, the Golden Gate Bridge, San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, anything in New York, Statue of Liberty, you would have to do something very, very, very major to the point that the United States says we have to stop these people by all means. And would have the reflecting point. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm drafting the nuclear conflict. Yeah, we're all going to die. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It would have to be. What's going on, Colton? Colton, we're gonna go get donuts and coffee. You're paying. Yeah, so we need something where we have to say these people need to die and we need to stop them under all means necessary. And I mean like every means necessary. So we're calling everybody over to do it, right? And the last draft we had was stupid because that was Vietnam. And a lot of Americans died that should not have went in there. Yeah, I would say it would have to be like if they sunk a carrier, like if China sunk a carrier and then came out and was like, we did this, go to hell. And then we'd be like, oh shit. All right, game on. And again, that would have to be a major thing, right? Or like, you know, people in the West Coast woke up and, looked outside and there's like Chinese troops like walking around. Then they'd be like, yeah, we need to start drafting people because we're being literally invaded. Oh, you mean like enveloping the smaller countries? Yeah, that's been a talk before. There's a book, well, there are a few sci-fi books that came out, and they talk about how during World War III, the large, powerful nations enveloped the smaller ones. And so you had like pan-oceanic, and then you had, so that was like United States took over Canada and Mexico and Japan and the Philippines and everything else up to like the Chinese border. China took over India and everything down there. And I think one of them they merged with Russia. Another in Russia took over like all the USSR shit plus some other stuff. Because they're one of the largest natural barriers and all got guns. That's right. But I'm just trying to give some examples.
At the headwaters of the tributary, where the mountain slope was destabilized, there were characteristics of a debris flow. As it moved,
I'm just trying to think of the worst case scenario. But yeah, so if you start enveloping, now I think about it. Now that I think about it, I think that book also went all the way down to South America too.
also receives additional water, and from some videos taken downstream, we can clearly see characteristics of a flood surge. The rescue operation is particularly challenging. First, there is the question of
what is going on? Oh, everyone's getting prepared for the Lindsay Clancy closing arguments. You could send me a link to that if you haven't already done that on YouTube. I'll tell you where the best place to be if during a nuclear war, right? World War III nuclear war. The moon. The moon would be a fantastic place. Or in a spaceship. That's I got the hell out of there.
The terrain is relatively narrow. Strict precautions are needed along access routes to guard against the impact of mountain collapses, landslides.
Yeah, the Sierra Nevadas would be a hard one to go across too. I mean, most of the United States is empty, so they would have to go to the coastal areas and try to work their way inward. And when they go inward, they're going to start finding all the cannibals and people who are just really bored.
The floodwaters surged into the Botikoshi River, prompting warnings for people living downstream to move away from its banks. Homes have been swept away, roads and bridges destroyed, and entire communities cut off. Those who witnessed the disaster described the speed of the destruction and the desperate search for relatives.
I saw around 9 trucks being swept away by the floods, including people. It's a heartbreaking incident. I've been teaching here for 18 years, and I've never seen anything like this here before.
My brother-in-law had a liquor store.
Who the hell is Omar?
I got a call from him this morning, and they were crying and said the entire house had been swept away.
Oh, that idiot.
But his brother is still missing.
Rescue operations are underway on both sides of the border. Nepal has deployed soldiers, police, and helicopters. But damaged roads, disrupted communications, and dangerous conditions have made reaching some communities extremely difficult. Authorities are trying to locate hundreds of tourists.
That's when you know they're just reading off the script and they're too stupid to understand that there's a Roman numeral too.
Dozens of members of Nepal's security.
All right, chat. We're gonna get $300 for this stream, so I could buy this FM15 SAR B15 chassis just to piss off Marksman. He's like, that thing is stupid. Don't get that. Now I'm like, man, now I want it.
In the morning, local time, triggering an avalanche, sending a sudden surge of water and debris downstream. For those waiting for news of loved ones, the immediate
Girl Scouts to award Muslim badge to any girl who gets married before the age of 8.
Jen Copestake, CGTN.
Oh, the Babylon Bee.
Reporter Zhang Tengfei has arrived at Chicago's Tingri Airport with a team of rescuers who will follow the rescue team to Jirum Port in Jirum County of Xizang.
That was dark even for the bee.
I am still at Tingri Airport in Xizang.
Who's worse, Florida man or Ohio man?
Behind me, the scene is extremely busy. Rescue equipment arriving on the flight is being unloaded and loaded onto trucks. The equipment is not only very heavy, but it is also packed in color-coded cases. There are black, silver,
Maryland man? I don't know much about the Maryland man.
That the black cases mainly contain search and detection equipment. The silver cases contain logistical support equipment, while the blue cases carry emergency communications equipment. As a highly specialized rescue force, the China Search and Rescue Team has carefully categorized its equipment. The color-coded cases allow rescuers to quickly identify and unload the necessary equipment upon arrival, enabling them to begin rescue operations as efficiently as possible. We understand that approximately 3 tons of equipment
Very good. They're able to color code their gear. I'm very proud of them.
The airport to the affected Jirong port would take around 5 to 6 hours by road. However, due to mudslides triggered by the disaster,
very proud of the Chinese folk.
Convoy will be able to reach the site directly, or how long the journey will ultimately take. That will depend on conditions and assessments made on the ground.
Yeah, I got a call from him this morning, and they were crying and said the entire house had been swept away. 3 family members were rescued, but his brother is still missing.
Now, for more expert insights on this massive disaster, let's cross live to Liu Junzhi, an associate professor at the School of National Safety and Emergency Management at Beijing Normal University. So, Professor, what secondary hazards should residents and the rescuers be prepared for at this critical stage of rescue and relief?
Once the main search passes, the chain doesn't stop. We watch for followers.
No, I do. Wait, Kilmer? No, I don't. I don't know about Kilmer. Sorry.
About 2 kilometers from the gate.
Imagine the rescue operations must be extremely challenging there. So what measures have the government implemented so far? And you must have been talking to rescue workers there. What do you think is the most urgently in need?
Crap ton of stuff, Ted.
So let me come
I've
to
been
the
reporting
first
on most of
question.
it.
So supplies are coming in, tons of supplies from the Red Cross as well as by the ministry, dispatched by the Ministry of Emergency Management, have been sent to this location, and more of them will be coming into Xizang Autonomous Region. Meanwhile, settlements and those people who lost their home have been resettled to hotels, which allow them to at least have a place to rest. As I mentioned earlier, the weather continued to change, which have a warm place to stay, and right now I'm wearing a heavy jacket, so have a shelter to stay at during the night is very important. Meanwhile, in terms of the following up as well as the situation that will be carrying out in the next few days, they will continue to see and pretty much wanted to paint out a clearer picture of what the disaster really looks like, the reason for that as well as the impacted area. So far, what is most needed is really shelters. We have heard some of the medical needs and also some of the challenges, as you also asked, is that one of the rescuers is actually the person who is in charge of the search and rescue dog. And he said because of the situation of mudslide, it's really hard for search and rescue dog to sniff and also smell potential signs of survival, especially mudslide can trap survivors underneath about 1.5 meter to 3 meters. And also some of the challenges imposed is because I also mentioned earlier, the road is really bumpy and weather change really fast. So when we come here, we have
it's horrible. Again, I was looking for news of it. There's a guy who's got his body ripped in half from the waist down, and they're dragging him, and his intestines are hanging out. I was like, oh God.
All right, thank you so much.
I didn't need to see that.
Insights at the scene from Zhejiang County when the mudslide happened. Stay safe as well.
Because what happened is people get pinned to their stuff, and the water keeps pulling them, and their legs are stuck.
More rain in Zhejiang in the coming days. He said the rainfall will put extra strain on rescue operations. Take a listen.
No, that person's already dead. They were just doing body recovery.
Satellite cloud image data. Cloud cover is considerable around Girong port, with mostly cloudy conditions. In surrounding areas, however, precipitation is the dominant weather condition. As for Girong town, 13.7 kilometers away from Girong port, at 6 on the 27th, the temperature was 13.5 degrees. The accumulated precipitation over the past 24 hours stood at 16.4 millimeters, and most of the rainfall occurred last night. According to the 3-day forecast, frequent rainfall is in store for the area stretching from Girong County to Girong Port in the next 3 days. The weather will be dominated by showers and thunder showers, with moderate rain at times. In particular, thunderstorm-driven gusts and short-duration heavy rainfall may strike some afternoon hours. It is worth special attention that moderate to heavy rain may occur around Girong Port on the 29th. For this 3-day rainfall event, precipitation will be unevenly distributed, with a general total of 10 to 15 millimeters. We also need to watch out for strong afternoon winds, with gusts of force 4 to 5. Frequent rainfall in the Girong Port region may put extra strain on emergency rescue operations and transportation. In addition, rainfall intensity can be high in some areas and at certain times, which may trigger secondary disasters such as recurrent mud flows and landslides.
There's also freezing water too.
Need to be taken. Besides, strong afternoon winds and severe turbulence may produce adverse effects on low-altitude flights.
China has expressed deep condolences to Nepal and says it is in close coordination with its authorities. Take a listen.
But search and rescue efforts are ongoing, and authorities are still verifying the number of casualties. 2 people have been rescued so far. Across the border in Nepal, local authorities have confirmed the deaths of 162 people and said that many hundreds more are missing, including at least 468 foreigners, mostly tourists, including Indian, American and British nationals. The disaster area that was hit is in a mountainous region which is popular with trekkers. Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered all-out efforts to search and rescue people who are missing, and on Thursday morning, China's first rescue charter flight carrying 111 firefighters and rescue personnel, along with search, rescue and communications equipment, arrived in Chisinau to provide emergency assistance. The region's Emergency Management Authority has dispatched 792 personnel and 152 vehicles for the rescue effort, while the Regional Fire and Rescue Authority has mobilized 72 vehicles and 431 firefighting and rescue personnel.
Well, the problem is that it freezes up your muscles and you can't move.
To aid the rescue efforts.
On top of the rapids, on top of the rock, sitting on top of the mud.
It has been raining this morning, and the blockage caused by a landslide dam has been discovered in the direction of the Jirong port. The edge of the landslide is approximately 2.5 kilometers from the border port, and the thickness of the landslide deposit at the edge is nearly 1.5 meters, according to the reporter. This poses significant challenges for rescue operations. China's National Commission for Disaster Reduction and the Ministry of Emergency Management has activated a Level 2 National Emergency Response. Together with the National Food and Strategic Reserves Administration, it has allocated 30,000 pieces of relief supplies, including tents, heating equipment, clothing, quilts, folding beds and moisture-proof mats, to support the relocation and assistance of affected residents. Now, the exact trigger for the mudslide remains uncertain, with several different theories floated by experts. But initial reports...
Oh, there was all kinds of debris being thrown through the air, too. It was like shrapnel.
Investigations are, of course, ongoing. Now, let's turn to Joel Mi, a senior researcher at the Chinese Academy of International Trade and Economic Cooperation, for his take on the importance of Jirong Port and China-Nepal cooperation. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
First of all, what can you tell us about cooperation between China and Nepal on shared challenges like climate change that could have had a role in this disaster?
Well, we know that climate change is a very important affair or kind of a trend that has changed the scenarios of the relations between different countries in the world. So China and Nepal, we have a lot of shared borders. I think these borders are really some place that we need to deal with. So in the past, China has committed that we are working hard with the Nepal side on the disaster relief actions, including the infrastructure, including some of the monitoring systems, including some of the necessary mechanisms that we can deal with these uncertainties. So starting from at least from
yeah, there's already water up there.
Last we have
they think there might have been a dam that nobody knew about, well, wasn't publicly of knowledge, that broke loose too.
This climate change and some of this global warming. So I think this is a really important thing that we can do, because we are really having so many connections based on the climate related relations. So this time I can find that there are already a lot of cooperation in this regard, no matter before this disaster or after that. We are trying to establish a better mechanism to share the information with each other and trying to make it, the disasters, to eliminate the impacts of the disasters to the maximum length. And I think that is very important.
Given Jirong Port's role as a major land gateway between China, Nepal, and indeed South Asia, how should we understand the impact of this disaster on trade and indeed people-to-people exchange?
Well, Jirong Port is a very important part. It's not just emerged from the modern society. It's actually emerged as one important part for the cross-Himalaya trade and the people's movement from the history, from the ancient times. So it's naturally a place when the rivers cross these mountains, and it is much easier for people to travel from one side to the other side. So I think that is the reason why you're looking at trade between China and Nepal. It is one of the four important channels for the trade to happen. And also, China and Nepal we have many interactions in different ways, like for the border trade, for the people who are residing in those borders, they can trade with each other in a much easier way. So we are trying to have a better facilitations to support this trade, because the trade between these two sides are really important for both countries in implementing their targets. And China is working very hard trying to eliminate this impact. But if you're looking at trade, we are really complementary with each other. China's export to
That's a long way for a surgeon. He should come to you.
Products of the electronics, and when import from the Naples, they are mainly something to do with agriculture things. I think that the bilateral trade are complementary to benefit both sides. Well, for the people's, exchange from one side to the others, it is also important. That is also the reasons why we are seeing so many people gathering in the Keelung port. Many people gathering there because they are benefiting from this economy, corporations and the trade and investment. So this impact is, have two sides. The first one, in the short term, maybe there's the trade between these two countries through that corridors will be blocked. And I think that is definitely are not good things for the trade-related issues and supply chains. While for the longer term, maybe we need to consider about the possible diversifications or...
Where are you going to the surgeon? Just surgery on top of my leg. What's going with your leg?
Continue the collaboration with each other side.
Oh, to cut more of my leg off. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why? Why are they cutting your leg? Parts of your leg off?
How connected is Keelung Port to the wider supply chains linking China with Nepal and other South Asian markets?
Well, the South Asia is a very potential market for China. I think that we are working very hard to trying to strengthen the relations between these two parts. So, the Nepal has many ports, and Keelung Port is one of the fourth largest one. So this is the largest between Nepal and China. I think that is a really important complementary.
Julius, there is
China and Southeast Asia.
What?
South Asian countries, because China is much more advanced advantages in the electronics, in the machineries and equipment.
Got a new wound on incision. So you have an incision, you got a new wound on it, so I have two on opposite sides trying to connect each other. The two wounds are trying to connect each other, like infection?
From other sides through the oceans, through maritime. But I think that from the northern part of the India and Naples and related regions in Southeast Asia, they depended too much on the import from China through Keelung Port. So this
it's like an ulcer?
Will be our important one to consider. Well, from other side, I think that the trade between the South Asian countries and China is going to strengthen in the coming years, because they are really want to also to share the China's super large market. And this market is not just coming from the Xizang port, but also from other provinces, through the coastal areas of China. So I don't think that will be so much affected by the export to China, but the import from China, there will be some trouble, especially for the northern part of India and some part of the South Asian regions.
So, as a trade expert, perhaps in a general sense, you could tell us when a key land corridor is disrupted like this, how quickly and how long-term can the impact be as it ripples through the regional supply chains?
Well, it's hard to say because it's based on the specific product. As for some of this new energy product, I think that it will still have some time, because we still have some stock in certain countries. But the South Asian areas are not so adapted to the new energy vehicles right now. So I don't think that will be a very big impact on that. But if you're looking at the automobiles as a whole industries, there will be some problems about the supply chains, about the auto parts and also intermediate products. There will be some challenges on supplying in these industries. They maybe have some kind of slowdown about this, their fulfillment of the orders to the possible consumers. Well, for the materials, the raw materials, I think that we still have more choices, so it's not so much impact through these disasters. I hope that we can do more to improve, after disasters relief and trying to recover the trade relations between these two parts.
Maintaining cross-border connectivity in a disaster-prone region like the Himalayas is obviously a major challenge. How do you see the importance of bilateral cooperation in both disaster relief and post-disaster reconstruction?
Well, that is really are huge possibilities. I think that for those countries who are living along this Himalayas regions, they are really having a lot of experiences in dealing with these uncertainties. So people have already know that the impact of maybe the falling of the mud will be a very big impact on their lives. So a lot of projects has been built in this way, especially from the China side. I think that maybe in the future we need to also consider about the collaborations cross-borderly, and also trying to improve this importance of awareness about the possible disasters by not only China
kind
but
of
also
Western
our bordering countries. And I also want to mention that sometimes we are very sorry about the loss that we had in the disasters, but it is also true that after the disaster we need to have a better and more strengthened infrastructure, so that will give us more ideas on how can we navigate the possible disasters or possible impacts. We need to consider that, and also trying to have a better collaborations, because we will never stop the connections between the different countries. We have to strengthen the collaboration in a more sustainable way. That is a way that we're dealing with the problems in a greener and more intelligent way. And I'm sure that we can do more, especially in this year. We are having many troubles from the El Nino, and the impacts of this global warming is really changing our pattern of collaboration. We should try to address the challenges in a better way and trying to make a better solutions to deal with and prevent this disaster to happen again.
Okay, even better collaboration needed over the coming years. Jomi, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. It was very fascinating listening to your insights.
What would you do if this guy kicked your ass? Do I watch Glenn Beck? No. I usually just read a bunch of news. I feel like those guys do what I do. So.
Yo, chill with the camera. Yo, don't touch the fucking camera, bro. Nigga, you fucking don't touch the camera. Nah, nigga, you chill. Get the fuck out of here. Yo, don't chill. What's good? Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good? What's up? Fucking go. What's up, man? Like, see what the hell? Get that nigga. Get that.
Get your ass kicked by an Asian guy wearing the skirt. He broke the war between us and Canada pretty well. Yeah, I already talked about it. I talked about it for like 20 minutes earlier. I would close my gym in shame. The other guy looks like he went to the gym a bunch too. Sailor, hell no. Yeah, I was on earlier and I broke, and I talked about it last night too, actually. The whole war with the United States. It comes down to this. We don't need Canada. Like, we don't need them to buy our goods. It helps. They need, we're not going to buy from them. They need to buy from us, right? So, yeah. Canada relies on us way too much. So, fake video? Oh, that could be fake. I don't know. I thought that too. I don't know. I also thought it was funny. So again, Canada is very small of a populace. It's a large amount of area. Most of it's empty. They need us more than we need them. We're kind of a nanny to them, right? They're kind of relying on us for a lot of stuff. And there's even people who come to the United States to work and they drive back to Canada every day. They come here to work instead. They make more money that way. Though I think they have to pay taxes twice. So I don't know if they really make more money at the end of the day. But I have a new theory about that. I think that it was coordinated between the liberals and Democrats to try to screw up Trump for the midterms. Maybe. No, Canada cannot hold its own in a war at all. Canada would. So Canada, what would end up happening? Let's say there's a world war, right? World War III breaks out tomorrow. Canada would probably end up enlisting with the United States and giving troops to the United States to go do stuff and sorties and everything else. But as for them doing their own missions, would be very, very limited. Who hired who? But yeah, Canada would not be doing great. So they would, again, that would happen. Same thing with Mexico. I don't think Mexico would really be doing much. There's not many countries out there who are ready to go on a full-on war and offensive like the United States or Russia or China is. The rest of the countries don't really focus on that much, especially stuff in Europe or any other NATO countries, because they rely on the United States. Yeah, 50 years ago. Not so much anymore. But yeah, the Canadian Air Force back during, World War II wasn't too bad. And they also weren't, communist assholes. Minnesota, you drink a lot of Canadian beer, and now they are 3 times the price of American beer. Aren't they also have more alcohol in them, too, than regular beer? I don't really drink these days, but... How's the Football Hall of Fame? How's that going? I don't know I would do that. I'd look and be like, I don't recognize any of this. I don't know what this means. Yeah, I know some Canadians who were saying that, like, yeah, their beer has a lot more alcohol in it. I was like, oh, okay. I guess if I lived in Canada, too, I'd have to get drunk a bunch. I don't like, even when I drink, I do not like IPAs. I like blonde ales and stouts. I don't really want to drink something that tastes like a joint. The double, triple, quadruple IPAs. Like, that's not really my thing. Again, when I did drink, I drank like 805s and Guinness. Those were my go-tos. Or like whiskey on the rocks, and that's it. Yeah, rye stouts are good too. Also, like, again, like if you want good booze, Japan actually makes really good booze. Sapporo, that used to be good too. I mean, that is a really weird way to spell whiskey. But well, yes, humans war with each other all the time over everything. Worcestershire beer. Centauri, yeah, that was good too. So is there's a bunch. But again, I don't really drink anymore. Like, so doesn't really bug me. But I know in California, when I did live there, the best place we ever got beer was in the German beer garden. And I asked for a small, and they brought me a goddamn pitcher, it looked like, with a handle on it. I was like, is this a small? They're like, yeah. I was like, oh, all right. I just got done getting tattooed, so sweet. Da, this to be it for you. Japan has been winning the whiskey brewing, or the whiskey making, for like the last 5 years, I think. And like, they knocked out America and the Irish, and they're both like, what the fuck, man? Und Becks. Yeah, that was an interesting experience. Europe does make some pretty good beers. I think the best I had all around was a German beer that was brewed in the United States. It was a group of people that took an old recipe and they did it in the Bay Area. And so they had their own brewery. And they had like a little thing where it was a family recipe that passed down or whatever. And it was pretty damn good. Wheat ale. I don't remember what the name of it was. It was over in Redwood City and over in the Bay Area. So, but they had like their own little brewery, and they give you giant cups, and they had like German food there too, which was cool. So like brats and sauerkraut, you could, get by the handful. A bunch of other crap too. It was nice though. It was a cool place. I don't know if it's still there or not. I know there's also a hookah bar that was across the way because I'd go get tattooed. I would then me and my tattoo artist would go hang out. And, because me and him still hang out till this day. He's one of my good friends. And, then we'd go over there and, have food and drinks. And then we'd go to the hookah bar. And, then he would beg me not to take him home to his wife at the time. And I tell him, too bad, I'm going to go home. I'm feeling sassy. Well, it sounds like y'all can donate to get that bar up to $100. y'all got the extra money laying around, it looks like. I guess some people are bringing back the original Tommy gun. A company out there got the patent to clone them? That might be kind of cool. A nice container of warm German potato salad and a cold beer. Good memories. I don't know. I still like my beer and my potato salad cold. I'm not much into, I don't know. Warm potato salad just feels off to me. Maybe the patent expired or somebody found a clone patent. I don't know. But I heard they're going to start remaking them. I don't think Browning's going to give a shit because I think that's who originally made it. Right? Who made the original one? Was it Browning? Original Tommy gun. I mean, yes. Oh, it was Colt. Sorry. It wasn't Browning. It was Colt. And wouldn't you be surprised that the guy's name who made it was Thompson? I already knew that. I couldn't remember if it was Colt or Browning, but it was Colt that made it. So, let's see. Did the patent run out? Did the patent on Tommy gun run? No, elite ultra runner Tommy Rivers Puzzi, known as Tommy Rivs. What the fuck? That has nothing to do with the Tommy gun. What the fuck? Not Tommy Run, you bastard machine. Gun. G-U-N. Let's see. So it was they put in there in 1922. That was one old gun. Tommy gun, some good German beer. So it was in August 15, 1922 was when it was put in. Filed on December 2nd, 1920 and issued on August 15, 1922. Expired 1939. Maybe there's been no patent for this fucking thing for 80 years. Oh, man. The expiration of the core patents concede closely with the one onto the World War II one, allowing various components, improvements, and streamlined wartime production methods to be adopted and adapted by mass manufacturers. Maybe no one has the patent anymore. I'm going to ask Grok. Google's not giving me what I want. Could be public domain thing. I mean, it is 80 years old. I think at 100 years, certain things become, I mean, that's media, becomes public. No, the original patent covering the Tommy gun submachine gun, the Thompson submachine gun, expired decades ago. The core design happened around 1916, 1920. The guns were first produced 1921. U.S. utility patent for the era lasted 17 years. From the date they were granted, the patent therefore ran out in the late 1930s, early 1940s. The design itself has been in public domain ever since. Holy shit! Anyone could anyone could make these damn things. You could make clones of them all day long. Yes, I would download a car if it ran. I would download the shit out of it. I would download a goddamn morning burrito. Holy crap! What still exists is the trademark, not the patent. Auto Ordnance, now the Kyiv Firearms Group, owns the Tommy gun and Thompson marks and continues to make semi-automatic reproductions. Those modern guns use new patents for things like the closed bolt conversions, and that turns the original open bolt full auto design to a legal semi-auto carbine. Those later patents do not cover the classic 1920 and 1928 mechanism. So if you make it like the original mechanism, you could do what you want with it, apparently. Just you can't do the closed bolt on it. So you'd have to make it like the original. Yeah, I've never shot a semi-auto Thompson. I shot a fully auto Thompson when I went and shot at Trappers. That was fun. That was awesome. I think I've told that story before. I was at Trappers, and he's like, you want to shoot a Tommy gun? I'm like, hell yeah, I want to shoot a Tommy gun. I was like, oh, is this a replica? He's like, this is original. I was like, well, hell yeah, I want to go shoot it. I was like, is it fully auto? He goes, yep. I was like, all right. So I started low, and all I could think to myself was, because there's a bunch of, gun guys, like, oh, God, if I hit the target once, these guys are going to laugh at me. Oh, sweet. Super accurate, too. Like, for the distance. Was a really nice firearm to shoot. And then we shot a bunch of other fully auto stuff. But it was nice. I would love to have one. My brother, whose name is Tom, who's older than me, that's his favorite gun. And he was jealous as shit. He's like, God damn it, I want to shoot that. I was like, you should come with me. He's like, oh, I don't want to be with you for 2 weeks, going back and forth. It's like, I was going to buy I was going to build a, what the hell is it? Adaptive Combat ACR. That's what I was going to build. I have a lower for an ACR, but it's too expensive to build now. So I just got this lower that I've done nothing to do with. I'll probably give it to Trappers or something. Be like, here you go, do something with this. I don't want it. Ain't shit I can do with it. I would say if you're going to build anything and you're poor, does anyone know what you should build if you're poor? What the easiest thing is to build if you're poor? As we wait. An AR-15. Get an AR-15. It's literally putting together Legos. I would say, to me, that is the easiest rifle to work on and build. Bolt goes bad, pop out a pin, throw the bolt out, throw the new one in. Barrel goes bad, undo the barrel nut, take off the barrel, put a new one on. Different spring, unscrew the back, put a new spring into the buffer tube, or compress the detent and put the spring in from the front. And make sure you don't shoot your detent across the room. I mean, yeah, I guess you could build a meth lab. I guess that's also easy to build, yeah. Grave is also, I don't know. I mean, Grave's sometimes hard. Apparently Adam Carolla went and called out George Takei in public. Called him an old stupid bastard.
Delta 41 Heavy, LA Tower, full length, runway 24 left, line of weight.
Delta 41 Heavy, line up weight, 24 left.
American 1009 LA Tower, 825 right, full length, line of weight.
Oh no!
Right.
Oh no!
China Freight 1059 Heavy, go around. Dragster 1050, China Freight 1059 Heavy, go around, climb and maintain 2000.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, we, our anti-skid was in off there. I don't know if we blew a tire, but it feels like the brakes locked up. Yes, sir. For right now, you have a small tire on your left here. We're now getting water on it.
I didn't expect it to be on so early either.
We'll take a look at the rest of your Roger. You want us to shut down the engines?
Man, I feel like the Iran leader was killed like months ago. I think that dude's been dead this entire time. I think it's just a bunch of different IRGC generals running shit and claiming the guy's still alive. So that was that airplane was from last night. It's brakes locked up, blew a tire, some fire. It's fine. But yeah, I think the Iran dude's been dead for a while, especially since like his rhetoric changed dramatically after the bombings, right? To the point where people are like, "Yeah, I don't think it's just him. I think it's somebody else." What? Apparently, Bill Clinton said, I offered Palestine all of Gaza and 97% of the West Bank, but they are never really wanted a homeland for themselves. They just wanted to kill the Jews. Apparently, that's what Bill Clinton said. It's like, Jesus. Yeah, so I believe he's dead. I believe, not Bill Clinton, but he's probably dead inside because he's married to Hillary. But I believe that the supreme leader of Iran and everybody around him and that was higher up is dead. I think that the IRGC is over there playing some stupid, weird games, trying to get people to believe it's them. That's why we only had cardboard cutouts of him, right? Like some really, really stupid shit. But yeah, I think we killed him, and I think nobody else wants to take the position, right? Because like if you become the leader, there's a good chance you're going to get murked, right? So why do that? Yeah, exactly. The dude's been dead for a while. Apparently Project CD Red has removed they have removed the LGBTQ flag behind him. See, I don't know what's going on with CG Project Red, which I'm hoping that they, I don't know. I hope they get working on Cyberpunk and they don't screw it up like they did The Witcher. So, Declaration of Memes posted that there's a car that was on the side of the road, the engine caught fire. And it says, is it just me or have American car companies turned to absolute junk? This is why, he's like, this is why I have a Toyota, Subaru, and a Honda in my household. I don't know why my camera went all wonky. I believe that a lot of the trucks after anything from 2020 is kind of not been great. It's kind of been shit. Any voice auditions? I did 2 voice auditions the other day for the company that wanted me to get a new mic. So I did that and we'll see what they say. I do voice auditions all the time. I have to sometimes stop when I'm not feeling good because of, I have a disease, but besides that, I try to do all the time. But, so he's saying Toyota has earned its reputation as one of the best car companies in the world by doing something desperately simple, building vehicles that keep working. Toyota used to do that. Toyota stopped doing it for a while. I'm not sure if they're still doing that. Subarus are gutless little cars with no balls. And I guess they're great if you're a lesbian. And Honda has been having issues with their trucks too. While manufacturers chase flashy technology, complicated drivetrains, and constant redesign, Toyota has traditionally placed enormous emphasis on reliability, durability, and manufacturing qualities. Actually, they have done all kinds of stuff. It's interesting to read certain things from people who apparently are not car people. Right? Yeah, Toyota wants subscriptions for stuff. But they're like, Toyota's greatest luxury is the actual freaking working. Well, no, Toyota used to put all kinds of weird shit in the car, and they still do. Like, they put all kinds of little gadgets here and there and weird shit. I would say all new cars are pretty shitty. Like, I don't think I would buy a truck after 2020. I don't care what manufacturer. I would not buy any of them. I have not played Elder Scrolls Online in a long time. I used to do a lot of the war stuff, and then it got repetitive. I was with, I actually was in a guild with one of the developers. And like I was talking to him and figured out why his favorite race was the, how was it? The Death Ranger, wherever the hell it was. The one with you do the bow and then the 2 knives. I forgot the hell the name of it was. Anyway. But yeah, it's funny to read stuff from people who aren't car people. And the thing is with a lot of stuff, these like, the Camry, the Corolla, the 4Runner, the Tacoma, the Land Cruiser. The new 4Runners suck ass, I hear. The brand new ones, the 2026s, pieces of crap. I used to do some of the dungeons and the other stuff too, but I don't know. I've realized a long time ago, I'm more into, the Nightblade. That's what it was. It was Nightblades. It's his favorite thing is like the Nightblade elf, which is why it's OP. Yeah, that's right, Sterling. It doesn't matter which vehicle it is. So when people go out there and they're like, oh, this or that, or this is better, or whatever. If you maintain it and you know how to maintain your shit, it's going to last a lot longer than it should. Like one of the things you do is, again, swap oils to something that's going to make your engine actually run longer and not froth up and actually have detergent in it that actually cleans and takes away crap in there. Emission stuff's really bad too. But, so he says, models like the Camry, the Corolla, 4Runner, the Tacoma, the Land Cruiser, and the Prius have built decades-long reputation for dependability. Not the Prius. Prius used to have all kinds of problems. Those are pieces of shit. People were getting rid of them. Well, they have them for 6 months, especially when people didn't know what that big orange cable underneath did, which ran to the batteries. And some mechanics had a really bad day hitting that son of a bitch. Accidentally opened the cable up. Oh, man. Started fires, all kinds of stuff. But, you know, having an engine fire in a vehicle is, any vehicle can have engine fire. Ask anyone out there who was a firefighter. They'll tell you, any vehicle can happen. Get shitty maintenance, doesn't matter the brand of it. All of a sudden, the fuel line pops off. You've been driving for a while. Heat expands. The line's not connected right. Pisses fuel over the engine. Engine catches fire. That has nothing to do with manufacturing. It has stuff to do with whoever worked on the truck last. So... yeah, it was just interesting to read. Interesting to read when I see people who don't understand vehicles. I'm looking for some other stuff, but here.
Is the warning has to come before 7,000 glacial lakes, which are of a size of about more than 0.25 hectares. So the experts from all these Hindu Kush regions keep on mapping these blocks because any time a disaster can take
yeah, I don't think I would buy a Charger. Honestly, I don't think I would ever buy, if I was going to, if I won the lotto tomorrow and they're like, what are you going to buy? I don't think I would ever buy a sports car. I would get something that's like self-driving, big armored ass vehicle that I could sleep in the back and it could go across the country. That's what I want. Oh, but I'm a millionaire, so I just hire a fucking driver. I'd hire 2 drivers. Have their own bed, be away from me. You could say cock here. You can say whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. I cuss like a sailor sometimes. Depends on my mood. That's because you're gay. No, I'm just kidding. The problem is he's not saying the charges are bad. He's like, I think he's more talking about the people who are buying them.
That will help you understand the extent of this damage that this area has suffered. Now, these are the images before the flash floods really hit the northern Nepal, the Rusuva district area, and this is what you see, or in fact don't see at all, after the flash floods have completely engulfed the area. All you can
again, there's nothing wrong with most.
Dirty water that has just gushed and overpowered this entire.
There's nothing wrong with most of the.
No longer green or clear waters. It's just.
Well, I'm not a fan of cock, but other people here probably are. It's cool in 2020. You got a dark metallic color rather than the nondescript car has a 392 scat pack. Well, yeah, that's what I think. And I think Brady thought you're calling it a piece of crap. No, you're calling it a bunch of ghetto assholes started getting them. Again, I drive an F-150. Like, it does what I want. I throw shit in the back, take it to the dumps. Go to Home Depot, I throw shit in the back and bring it home. Again, you have to do your, maintenance. And there's people even out there that go, well, yeah, I changed all the filters on my car. I say, you ever change the cabin air filter? No. Oh, no, they said, oh, yeah, they did. Uh-huh. How did they change it? Oh, well, they opened the hood and they showed me it and they put a new one. I'm like, that's not the cabin air filter. That's a regular air filter. I will say they should make the cabin air filter easier to get in a lot of vehicles. I don't like you have to, like, pull the dash down to remove it. Should just be a quick change in the back. Hey, change your cabin air filter. That'll be $150. Yeah, $20 filter. $150.
it was only when the water reached downstream that people were, the authorities were alarmed that something like this had happened. But it's very difficult.
No, they're probably looking to steal it, Sterling.
Kind of provide early warning for something as severe as these flash floods that we have seen in Nepal. But yes,
Doesn't the Tesla one have like, I guess it depends on the package, but you can get like the self-sealed micro whatever carbon blah 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 bullshit where the vehicle will lock itself down airtight.
The governments will also kind of take it into consideration.
Biohazard mode or some shit that it was supposed to have.
Satellite imagery and more observations.
Well, yeah, like me and my brother the other day went and changed the oil in my truck, changed the filters, tightened up stuff, checked all the fittings.
It must be boggling all the scientists also on how all of the research.
I mean, yeah, you just, I mean, it doesn't matter which brand. Just throw a fucking one in there. When I did the Explorer, that thing was never changed. All kinds of dead, like the bird feathers and stuff into it. I was like, oh God. Yeah, the Tesla was supposed to have like a biohazard mode. Yeah, I think you had to get it like it wasn't in the packages, but it was a thing allegedly. I don't know, like I had a Ford Ranger and I used to have these like Hispanic dudes come up to me and ask to buy it. Hey man, you want to sell your truck? Hey, you want to fuck off? Especially when I first got it, I had 20 miles on it. And they were like, hey, how much you want to sell me your truck for? I was like, $40,000. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, fuck off, dude. I only paid 11 for it, but I'm going to charge you 40. Because I smelt you before you came over to me.
This has led to the generation of the liquid flow and flow of that high impact and high force, which is what led to the collapse of the infrastructure in the lower areas, in the low-lying areas. So these are the theories that we are looking at, how flash melted the ice, it mixed with the mud and then the boulders downstream, causing that impact to be more and more devastating. The other theory is, of course, the glacial lake outburst flood that Shushi is just talking about. High altitude glacial lake breached its natural dam. So there is something that is keeping the glacier together in the upper reaches of the mountains, in this case this entire Hindu Kush region. So that natural dam is what was breached because of global warming, because of some sort of a movement that could not possibly...
I change my engine air filter when I change my oil. I do the whole thing every time. And I do it every 25,000 miles. Because they recommend 50 and I do it at 25,000. And if I'm hauling, I do it at 15,000. Or if I go across country, then I'll do the oil change right when I get back home. And I do my own, so I don't have anyone else do it. I just bring it to Cali where my brother's at, and I, throw him a few dollary dues, and then we go down there, we grab all the stuff, and just done.
Nothing of this sort has been done. So the man-made aspect of the disaster possibly can be done away with. We do not yet know, but official channels are dissing this theory. Cross-border river surge rapidly downstream into the Nepalese territory, which is what has led to this devastating flash flood. But so far, this one aspect is being heavily contested.
So one of the places I found which was nice was like the Valvoline. You drive over the top of them, sit in your car, and they'll like
destabilize the riverbanks. Construction of obviously man-made.
They'll pull everything out and show it to you. Be like, here's your old one. Here's what it looks like. Do you want to just change? You say yes or no.
Probably did not really see coming or
I mean, and sometimes if you look at it, it's not too bad. But if you live in like a major city, I would change that damn thing every time. Or if you live somewhere or you drive through like dirt or gravel. If you're like a nice little suburban town, it's probably clean as a whistle. Even when you replace it. And you just take and look it up. You can see through it, it's probably fine. Hit it with the air hose a little bit and you'll probably be okay. But again, I change mine just in case every 25,000 miles. 2,500. 25,000? 2,500. They said 25,000? 2,500 miles. Jesus Christ. Every 25,000 miles. That'd be ridiculous. That'd be a lot of goddamn driving. Yeah, 2,500 miles. Thank you.
These countries, and the number of those projects have drastically increased over the last 2 years. Now, experts, environmentalists, they keep on highlighting that this entire region is extremely vulnerable. So any kind of project needs to be preceded by a proper environmental impact.
There it is.
We need
Hold
to
on.
understand that any kind of construction drilling that happens there makes them
They're talking about people doing work over there on the, why that happened. So there was.
Yep. Yep. Okay. No. Yeah. All right. Nice. Looks good. All right, let me pop these back under the hood and you'll be good to go. Thanks for coming in. Thank you.
I'm gonna let this go again.
Yep. Yep.
That was a pry bar.
No.
Whatever you brought up.
All right. Nice. Looks good. All right, let me pop these back under the hood and you'll be good to go.
That's how I feel when I go to take Yuffie's car. Let me show you the dipstick. What am I looking at here? Did you just pull it out? I just drove here. I'm not sure what the hell you want me to see. And tell me it's clean. Tell me it's not clean. What are you doing? Ho, ho, ho. With the champagne. Ho, ho. All right. What else is going on? What movie did you remember seeing Tim Curry in first? What was the first movie you saw Tim Curry in? Double Fine Productions is honoring Tim Curry by making Brutal Legend free to download and on PC for 666 minutes. So that was the Tenacious D game. Probably no one's ordering it, but it's nice of him to try at least. Am I the only one that knew him from Muppet Treasure Island? I think I knew him from something else too, but I don't remember, but I'm just sad he was never in a Star Trek series. I think that would have been cool. Would have been cool to me. Would have been excellent. Yeah, I thought he was great in the Muppet movie. The Muppet movie is one of my favorite lines in any movie. It's when the band is playing, and one of the guys asks him, "Hey man, are we supposed to be on the Frog Captain side or the Pirates?" And the other guy looks in and goes, "Man, it doesn't matter. Just play the gig. We don't do politics." Oh, that was my favorite thing. Yeah, he voiced all kinds of stuff. And then I think he was doing some plays and musicals. So it was good times. It was good times. I said I think he would have made a great Klingon or like one of the Q. I think he would have been great in. Just like, who was the other guy that was a Klingon that nobody remembers him being a Klingon? Christopher Lloyd was a Klingon in one of the movies. And there's people out there who don't realize Christopher Lloyd was a Klingon. Now everybody's trying to rack their brain where he was. I think he did a wonderful Klingon. I thought it was great. Yeah, I did tons of voice acting. I'm more upset with him dying than Dolly Parton because I didn't really care about Dolly Parton. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't looking at her huge boobs or listening to her music. So, but you know, Tim Curry was in all kinds of stuff growing up. Yeah, Michael Wright too. Michael Wright played all kinds of aliens. But yeah, he did too, and he also just passed. I guess he's the third, or one of the third that passed. I'm going to tell y'all right now is if you go looking up on X, Nepal, unless you want to see gore, I would pass it up. Again, after looking through and seeing a guy with his body ripped in half, his guts hanging out, I was like, oh God, terrible. I just felt bad for him. I mean, there's a lot, like, I feel movies now, back in my day, we used to have movies that were memorable. So I watched, again, Deadpool recently and some other movies and John Wick. And, you know, and I like those movies, but I don't feel they're as memorable as some of the movies from, like, the early 2000s back, right? Yeah, I saw those yesterday too, and when I was talking about it, I was like, oh God. But I think there's a lot of movies that don't hold a candle to some of the stuff that's still out, right? Like Back to the Future, I feel like you could watch Back to the Future over and over and you'd still enjoy the movie. Or Ghostbusters, or, you know, any of those else, because I mean, that was like the golden age of film, right? And I feel like all these movies now are there's just something missing. And maybe you had to be a better actor and have a better story because the graphics weren't there. I don't know. The Shout? I don't know what the hell that movie is. I will say this though. So there's a bunch of people out there who go get tattoos, right? They go get tattoos and they get tattoos of famous people on them. And I always wonder if, like, what if you got a tattoo? I'm not saying Tim Curry or anybody else, but just bear with me here. But let's say you get a tattoo of Tom Hanks on you for whatever reason. And then you find out Tom Hanks was on Epstein's Island. What do? You know what I mean? Like, what do you do with that? You get a tattoo of who the hell is that the bitch I keep saying is the Antichrist. Taylor Swift. You get a tattoo of Taylor Swift, and next thing you know, she's been like eating babies. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's a hell of a cover up we're gonna have to go get. So a buddy of mine has a tattoo of Anthony Hopkins on him. And I just found a picture of him the other day when I took him to the goddamn ER because of he's getting his gallbladder removed. That's what it was. I had to rush him to the ER. Got his gallbladder removed. He called me up. I lived in Hayward and he lived in Dublin, and that's like a 25-minute drive. He's like, oh God, did you take me to the ER? I was like, call an ambulance. What the fuck are you doing? Oh no, I can't afford it. All right. So I drove all the way out there and took him to the hospital. His mom sent me a thank you card and like a gift card, which is really nice. But anyways, he has a tattoo of Anthony Hopkins on. I feel like an old man going off on weird stories. And he's a tattoo of Anthony Hopkins on him. I'm like, man, like, like either people know Anthony Hopkins from Silence of the Lambs or Clockwork Orange. Was that him? Was that Anthony Hopkins I'm thinking of? Maybe I think I'm getting two people mixed up. It is early. It is early. No, I was right. It was him. Okay, never mind. All right, we're good. We're good. My movie knowledge was not screwed up. There you go. There they are again, talking about how the Chinese have nice colored cases, but not actually talking about how well they are at actually helping people. Good on them. Good job, guys. But I'm just saying, like, I have tattoos. Both my arms are sleeved. I have tattoos all over my legs. But I don't have anything I would be like, oh my God, that is horrible. Now, I've gotten some tattoos by apprentices where they did terrible jobs and turned my leg into hamburger, but that's a totally different story. Well, I'm watching one of them, which is CGTN, which does a bunch of stuff together, and the other one is the India stuff.
And I think in about 9 or 10 minutes later, this tragedy.
And like the India news picks up stuff there quickly and runs with it for a long time. Like they will do stuff for 24 hours, which is nice. They work their people like slaves.
We are hoping to get some news soon.
Well, Magimbiri, let me ask you this. This is, you're saying, this area during is really the gateway to the Kailash Mansarovar, isn't it?
Yes, yes. For the land route, this is the way that generally this route is only used for two purposes. One is for Kailash Yatra, another is as a trading route for all the movement of the goods and material that this is used for.
So thousands of Indians obviously pass through this.
Yes.
Are you hearing reports that there might be others who are stuck there, other Indians apart from the 77 that are not traceable, or have most of them moved out into safer zones?
No, we did hear that.
All right, who's going to do the early morning? Get me a breakfast burrito so I can keep going.
Anything about their whereabouts also. So there has been no news as yet. Because the flood was very big. The communication system, of course, naturally went down because of that. And I think the military now has gotten involved. They're trying to do what they can do. We are hoping that we'll soon have some information. It's been a very long day, very horrific day. It's for all of us and for the families of all those involved.
Oh my God! Had a run with a falling 42-inch toolbox. What the hell happened to him? Is he okay? Did he get a tooth nut chipped or knocked out? That's not okay. Was it last night and you guys just had to wait till the day to take him to the ER or the dentist? Poor guy. That sucks, man.
As rescue and relief operations gather steam.
Legacy is not built overnight. It is built by people who create impact that lasts. Across India, there are individuals quietly shaping the future.
Headwaters of the tributary, where the mountain slope was destabilized, there were characteristics of a debris flow. As it moved downhill, it may have continued to scour an in-tray material, causing the volume of debris to increase along the way. After entering the tributary, the flow was further expanded and amplified before moving down toward the main valley. The main Jirong Valley also receives additional water, and from some videos taken downstream, we can clearly see characteristics of a flood surge. The rescue operation is
Broke the tooth. Yeah, last night the guy driving the forklift wasn't far enough from the shelf unit and knocked it off. Oh, poor dude. Workman's comp. Cut him right in the face when it tipped off to shelf. Is he okay besides that?
Is the water situation. Rescuers need to know the conditions upstream of both the tributary and
Workman's
the main
comp.
valley and whether they are stable.
Gets a week vacation now.
Is local rainfall because this is a high.
No, take it out of the company's ass.
Extremely prone to collecting and concentrating water. Fourth, because
Poor
the
guy.
terrain is relatively narrow, strict precautions are needed along access routes to guard against the impact of mountain collapses, landslides, and even
good.
falling
All right.
rocks.
They give them some days off.
CTChen's live coverage of the devastating mudslide on the China-Nepal border. Soon we'll be talking to an expert guest for his analysis of the disaster. But first, an update on the situation.
They even made him the appointment?
Here's the latest.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Along the Himalayan border between Nepal and China's
I guess that's good.
region on
I
Wednesday
don't know how I
morning
feel
has
about that,
triggered
though, but I
devastating
guess
flash
that's
floods
good.
and mudslides in Nepal and China, leaving hundreds of people dead or missing. As of Thursday morning, it had killed 3 people and left 558 missing on the Chinese side of the border, mainly around Geelong Port, according to local officials. But search and rescue efforts are ongoing, and authorities are still verifying the number of casualties. 2 people have been rescued so far. Across the border in Nepal, local authorities have confirmed the deaths of 162 people and said that many hundreds more are missing, including at least 468 foreigners, mostly tourists, including Indian, American, and British nationals. The disaster area that was hit is in a mountainous region which is popular with trekkers. Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered all-out efforts to search and rescue people.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if some idiot busted one of my teeth.
Rescue charter flight carrying 111 firefighters and rescue personnel.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel I'll at least get a week paid.
Provide emergency assistance.
Pain and suffering.
Excuse me. I apologize for doing that, but I have to give these instructions clearly and accurately. So as I said, to assist you in your deliberations, I provided you with written copies of these instructions. However, those written instructions are not a substitute for
That's the woman who strangled her 3 kids.
now. So please listen carefully. All of my instructions are equally important.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He shouldn't be on his vacation. They should give him time paid off for recovery.
These charges have specific factual elements that the Commonwealth must establish beyond a reasonable doubt.
No,
and I'll
all
review
vacay
those
now
elements
pay.
with you in detail at this time. Now, remember,
I'm going to call him and
that
tell him
law
I'm the wife.
presumes the defendant to be
Listen here,
innocent
you sons of
the
bitches.
charges against her.
My
His
husband can't go
presumption
down
of
on me now.
innocence is a rule of
He
law
needs a week
that
off paid
compels you
vacation.
to find the
And it
defendant
doesn't
not
take it
guilty
away from his other
unless and
vacation
until the
time.
Commonwealth produces evidence from whatever source that proves that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, but it
Now
takes
I
away
wanna
from
go
his.
into the instructions that are specific to this case. First, I'm going to have a drink of water. Thank you.
I'm trying to help the man out here, damn it.
Now, in this case, Ms. Clancy is charged with 3 counts of murder. I want to talk first about the issue of criminal responsibility. All right. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must
Press
first
1 if you
prove
should get a
beyond
week
reasonable doubt
off.
that the defendant was criminally
That's paid
responsible
and not
at the
take away his
time the
vacation.
alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which he is charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect, she lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. The phrase mental disease or defect is a legal term, not a medical term. It need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. The phrase mental disease or defect does not include any abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. It is for you to determine, in light of all the evidence, whether the defendant had a mental disease or defect. If the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the killing, the Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that the defendant was criminally responsible.
Oh, well, that's good.
If the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the killing, then you must consider whether as a result of a mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. To establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed
that was nice of him.
Did not deprive the defendant of her ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. The word appreciate means to understand rather than merely to know. Criminality means the legal significance of conduct. Wrongfulness means the moral significance. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant knew and understood that her conduct was illegal or that it was wrong. It's not enough for the Commonwealth to show that the defendant merely knew or was intellectually aware that her conduct was illegal or wrong. Rather, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a mental disease or defect did not deprive the defendant of a meaningful understanding of the legal or moral significance of her conduct. The defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that her conduct was illegal or wrong. In considering whether the Commonwealth has met its burden of proof, you may consider all the evidence that's been presented at this trial. You may consider the facts underlying the crime and evidence of the defendant's actions before and after the crime. You may consider the opinions of any experts.
I need to do that job up for stages.
Those opinions, whatever
I keep seeing stages that look like shit, and I'm like, man.
Now, in a moment, I'll instruct you on the elements of the
I can remotely fix that by telling them what to do.
That the defendant has committed. Remember that the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time that the crime was committed. That is, that the defendant did not lack criminal responsibility at that time. Therefore, it is the Commonwealth's burden to prove at least one of the following beyond reasonable doubt. One, that at the time of the alleged crime, the defendant did not suffer from a mental disease or defect. Or two, that if the defendant did suffer from a mental disease or defect, she nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct and to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, as I have previously instructed you, your decision should be based solely on the evidence and the law of this case. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, the district attorney or another appropriate authority may, and generally does, petition the court to commit the defendant to a mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital.
Permanently.
If the court concludes that the defendant is mentally ill and that her discharge
she either murdered her kids because she's crazy or she murdered her kids because she's a bitch.
Others, then the court will grant the petition and commit the defendant to a proper mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital.
Yeah, these are the closing arguments.
Periodically, the court reviews the order of commitment. If the defendant is still suffering from
I've been there before. I went there once when I thought I was having a heart attack.
Then the court will order the defendant to continue to be committed to the mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital. There is no limit to the number of such renewed orders of commitment as long as the defendant continues to be mentally ill and dangerous. If these conditions do continue, the defendant may remain committed for the duration of her life. If at some point the defendant is no longer mentally ill and dangerous, the court will order her discharge
I'm going to text you my address.
from the mental health facility or from Bridgewater State Hospital after a hearing. The district attorney must be notified of any hearing concerning whether the person may be released.
Yeah, how did your EKG come back?
At any such hearing. However, the final decision on whether to recommit or release the defendant is always made by the court.
So,
Now,
Bratty girl, she was
I'm gonna go over at
crazy
this point the specific elements
or a
of the
bitch?
charges against Ms. Clancy. So I want to talk first about murder in the first
Were
degree.
her and her husband getting a divorce?
The defendant is charged with 3 separate indictments charging murder. 1 count each relating to Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy. The instructions I'm going to give now apply to each separate indictment relating to each child. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and there's murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories. First, that it was murder with deliberate premeditation, and then second, and/or it was murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. To find the defendant guilty on any of these theories
I hope
of
you're
murder,
okay, Colton.
you must be unanimous. That is, all of the deliberating jurors must agree that the Commonwealth has met its burden of proving every required
Walker, I don't know if you're live. If someone could at Walker and make sure they're on the live.
The appropriate box
we haven't talked about cars in a minute.
slip as to each theory of which you agree unanimously. And I'll go over a little bit later the verdict slip and how that is going to be
If I'm able to fill the bar, I'm going to sneak out for a burrito while this is going on.
Unanimously that the Commonwealth has met its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either of these theories of first-degree murder, you shall consider whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of murder in the second degree. So I'm going to begin by instructing you on the elements and the additional requirements of proof for each of these theories of murder in the first degree. And then I'll instruct you on murder in the second degree. All right. So number 1, I'll first define the elements of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. To prove the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and/or Callan Clancy. 2, the defendant intended to kill Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and/or Callan Clancy. That is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Cora Clancy's, Dawson Clancy's, and/or Callan Clancy's death. And 3, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation. That is, she decided to kill after a period of reflection.
There you go, buddy.
I'll now
I was like, we haven't talked about cars in a minute.
In more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of Cora, Dawson, and/or Callan Clancy. A defendant's act is the cause of death, where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and/or Callan Clancy. That is, the defendant consciously.
I wasn't very invested in this case. That's why I didn't watch most of it.
The death. The third element is that the defendant committed
I'm
the
curious
killing
on the outcome,
with
though.
deliberate premeditation. That is, she decided to kill after a period of reflection. Deliberate premeditation does not require any particular length of time of reflection. A decision to kill may be formed over a period of days, hours, or even seconds. The key is the sequence of the thought process. And it would be first, the consideration whether to kill, second, the decision to kill, and third, the killing arising from that decision. There is no deliberate premeditation. I think she thought about it. Where the action is taken so quickly that a defendant takes no time to reflect on the action and then to decide to do it. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill the deceased and whether she formed that intent with deliberate premeditation, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant suffered from a mental impairment or was affected by her consumption of prescription drugs. A defendant may form the required intent and act with deliberate premeditation even if she suffered from a mental impairment or consumed prescription drugs, but you may consider that evidence. Now, I want to talk about the second theory of first-degree murder, which is murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, you shall consider this theory of murder in the first degree regardless of whether or not you find that the Commonwealth has proved murder in the first degree.
Oh no, honey, keep going. I haven't finished strangling the kids.
Discussed. To prove the defendant guilty of murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements.
Oh, I think it was more than 30 seconds. I think it was like a couple hours.
That the defendant caused the death of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and or Callan Clancy. Second element, the defendant either A, intended to kill Cora, Dawson, and or Callan Clancy, B, she intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Cora, Dawson, and or Callan Clancy, or C, intended to do an act which in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result.
Well, she was like laughing and giggling from images I saw yesterday.
With extreme atrocity and cruelty. Extreme atrocity or cruelty, I'm sorry. I'll now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element to this theory is that the defendant caused the death of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and or Callan Clancy. A defendant's act is the cause of death, where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, without which death would not have occurred. The second element is about the defendant's intent, which the Commonwealth must prove in at least one of three ways. These are that the defendant A, intended to kill Cora, Dawson, and or Callan Clancy, or B, intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Cora, Dawson, and or Callan Clancy, or C,
I just can't believe women are out there being like, I understand your pain.
A reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result.
CPS?
As you can see, to this intent element, the Commonwealth satisfies its burden if it proves the defendant's intent beyond a reasonable doubt in any one of those three ways. The first way of proving intent, that the defendant intended to kill, is the same as the second element of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation, which I discussed a few minutes ago. The second and third ways
I believe a lot of women do brad a girl and don't end up killing their kid.
Of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. So, the second way is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Cora, Dawson, and or Callan Clancy. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third way to prove this is that the defendant intended to do an act which in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain
wasn't she
and
doctor
strong
shopping for meds?
That death would result. Let me help you to understand how to analyze this third way of proving
that's sad,
the
man.
defendant's intent. You must first determine.
I'm sorry to hear that,
the
Colton.
defendant intended to perform
And it's still
the act
it's still bugging
that
you?
caused the death. So if you find that
Random
the
organ failure from it, Jesus. Stress does a lot to the body.
What the defendant herself
Most people die of stress.
Knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted.
People can go out there and be like, oh, you're a puss, blah, blah, blah.
Under
Nah,
the
people all react
known
different.
to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the
So that's
act
horrible, man.
created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do
she
an
strangled
act
him,
which in the circumstances
so I figured
known
she
to the
knew they were
defendant,
going to die.
A reasonable person
Yes.
would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant suffered from mental impairment or was affected by her consumption of prescription drugs.
Which she was doctor shopping
may
for, right?
have the requisite intent, even if she suffered from a mental impairment or consumed drugs. But you may consider such evidence.
God damn,
in
Colin, that's
determining
horrible.
Whether the
Horrible for everyone in the
Commonwealth
family.
has proved this element. Now, the third element in this theory is that the killing was committed with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Extreme atrocity means an act that is extremely wicked or brutal, appalling, horrifying, or utterly revolting. Extreme cruelty means that the defendant caused the person's death by a method that surpassed the cruelty.
No, she just bought the band to strangle the kids with.
Human life. You must determine whether the method or means of killing is so shocking as to amount to murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. The inquiry focuses on the defendant's actions in terms of the manner and means of inflicting death and on the resulting effect on the deceased. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant
how the husband didn't beat her to death out of rage is still a mystery to me.
The following factors. 1, whether the defendant was indifferent to or took pleasure in the suffering of the deceased. 2, whether the defendant's method or means of killing was reasonably likely to substantially increase or prolong.
Well, I understand she was taking a bunch of different meds.
Or 3,
she was doctor shopping. I don't know.
By the defendant were excessive and out of proportion to what would be needed to kill a person. In considering whether the means used by the defendant were excessive and out of proportion to what would be needed to kill a person, you may consider A, the extent of the injuries to the deceased, B, the number of blows delivered, C, the manner, degree, and severity of the force used, and D, the nature of the weapon, instrument, or method used. You cannot make a finding of extreme atrocity or cruelty unless it is based on one or more of the factors that I just listed. You may consider the defendant's mental condition at the time of the killing, including any credible evidence of mental impairment or the effect on the defendant of her consumption of prescription drugs in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the killings with extreme atrocity or cruelty. A defendant may have committed the killing with extreme atrocity or cruelty even if she suffered from a mental impairment or consumed prescription drugs, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now I want to talk about murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. 1, that the defendant caused the death of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and or Callan Clancy. 2, that the defendant intended to kill Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and or Callan Clancy, or B, intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and or Callan Clancy, or C, intended to do an act which in the circumstances known to the defendant a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. The requirements of proof for murder in the second degree are the same as for murder in the first degree with extreme atrocity or cruelty, but without the element that the killing was committed with extreme atrocity. All right? And I discussed those elements earlier when I discussed the charge or the theory of first-degree murder committed with extreme atrocity or cruelty. So they're listed in that other section. All right, now, I want to talk about manslaughter. If you find that the Commonwealth has not proven the charges of first-degree or second-degree murder, you shall consider the lesser offense of manslaughter.
The thing is that she wanted to do it, she planned on doing it, she found the weapon to do it, she got the husband out of the house. To me, I think she premeditated it.
Wanton or reckless conduct is intentional conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another person. An omission or failure to act may constitute wanton or reckless conduct only where the defendant has a duty to act.
Remember, folks, donate for the full bar. Thank you. $64
manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1,
again, I believe it's premeditated.
The caused the death of Cora, Dawson, and or Callan Clancy. 2, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death of Cora, Dawson, and or Callan Clancy. And 3, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I'll now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of Cora, Dawson, and or Callan Clancy. As I've said before, a defendant's act is the cause of death, where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant intended to cause the death. And the third element is that the defendant's conduct was
I think they should just take her out and put a bullet in the back of her head, but
wanton or reckless conduct is conduct
I don't think it's gonna happen.
Creates, excuse me, a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another that a person undertakes with indifference to or disregard the consequences of such conduct. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, however, the act constitutes wanton or reckless conduct.
Can we get on with the explanation before her lawyer dies of old age?
Realize that the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that reasonably careful persons would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I've defined that term. So in deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant suffered from a mental impairment or was affected by her consumption of prescription drugs. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she suffered from a mental impairment or consumed prescription drugs, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. All right, so that's my instructions on the specific elements of the charges in this case. So at this point, I'm going to ask the attorneys to deliver their closing arguments. I just want to remind you, as important as they are, the closing arguments are not evidence. All right, and I'll go over that a little bit later, but I just wanted to remind you that. And so after we go through the closing arguments, I'll come back and give you the balance of my instructions on the law. All right, and so, counsel?
Yeah, she did it, and then she did it again, and then she did it again. She totally knew what the hell she was doing. Bullet back of the head outside the courthouse. Move on with the day.
There's about 5 weeks ago that we met like this, and I indicated to you that thank you for incredible service. That, all of us mean that sincerely. You took literally more than a month out of your lives and sat here attentively, incredible, through some of the toughest, most gut-wrenching things that any person can be subjected to. And I think I indicated that, sadly, jurors carry this struggle with them for years. And the service that you have performed, I have never seen before. You have listened to evidence. You have been fair.
Well, it became out more now because all these crazy bitches are out there being like, I understand your pain.
And you've carried them into your heart, consistent with your oath, which is a very, very solemn oath. Passed between government and Lindsay, who has placed herself on her country, which country you are, as a jury of her peers. When you consider what's at stake here in the sense of what we've been dealing with, Laura Dawson, Kelly. she knows loss. And that's why we think Cora does. Calvin, for a minute. They are the victims of this case. They are the victims.
Oh, well, let me finish the job. Someone go get me one of those exercise bands.
Horrific act that has been laid at your feet as jurors to decide whether or not Lindsay is guilty. Beyond a reasonable doubt, as His Honor instructed you and will instruct you, what that means, that standard of proof that we as citizens in this country are so blessed to have, proof beyond a reasonable doubt before the government charges any citizen with a crime. I don't care how many cops you have in here, how many DAs are sitting here, how many people are sitting in the front row, and they're all going to sit there and be proud of this prosecution. I told you in the opening statement that this is a prosecution that has ripped the soul out of this girl. This is what they had. This is their family. How does this?
What is going there? Did they mute? Did they bleep him from cussing?
This. How? Because of the damn medicine and the lousy medical care that she got. You can troop as many paid experts as you want to come in here and tell the jury, oh, well, she didn't say that she heard voices inside her head. She said she heard voices from outside her head. She said she was making chicken McNuggets. There was a bowl on the sofa. She wasn't making chicken McNuggets.
I'm going to switch to the AP News. I don't think they're going to bleep them.
And I try real hard to tell you what my opinion is.
Shit, I remember cooking nuggets. You just want to strangle your kids halfway through. Wait, no, that's not how things work.
Were killed. So,
I'm just switching to the AP News, so PBS.
Who is in front of you, who is the defendant, as the government refers to her, and as His Honor will than likely tell you, even though a person is a defendant in our system of justice, you don't have to defend against anything. The government has the burden of proof. When the DA decides to charge someone with a crime, he has the burden of proof. His assistants have the burden of proof to prove, number one, that Lindsay is guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt, and then prove, number two.
Did he print all that shit out?
That Lindsay, at the time,
they couldn't have brought a TV in with the information, a slideshow?
Was not suffering from a mental disease or defect that caused her to have a lack of substantial capacity to appreciate, to know.
Well, he's trying to blame it on the medication, which if she was doctor shopping and not taking her meds properly anyways, it's her fault.
Laugh about that. It's just another woman. I guess it's just going to make an excuse. She's depressed.
Oh, now it's a woman thing.
GAD, general anxiety. Give her a couple of pills. She'll be all right. You know from looking at the objective evidence in this case, this young lady, believe me, I don't have many clients like that. This young lady did nothing wrong in her life. She was a nurse,
yeah, there are sick women out there defending
a
her.
daughter, a wife, and a darn good mother.
What?
You can see from the objective evidence. You can see, and you'll have all the exhibits for you to look at, and you can see by looking at these photographs, which you will have in the jury room. You can see
good mother.
Facebook postings. You can see what she indicates about, for example, I just randomly grabbed this one. A son, my prince. that they would have you think she
You gotta
killed
get
him
post some
first,
shit on YouTube or
cruelly because she
Facebook
didn't
also,
like
buddy.
her. That is repulsive. So she's living real life with Pat, her kids, having a great time that summer. Life is good. She had to go back to work. And in the opening statement, I told you, I said, watch the evidence. Watch the manipulation. Because that's what this case was built upon originally.
What?
And how it developed as the case progressed until it's in front of you.
What manipulation?
And
What the hell is he talking about?
Well, in the very beginning, going all the way back to when the first 911 call that you had to suffer through was made. You could hear in the voice, Pat Clancy, the horror, what he had obviously experienced. You can see from the evidence that's before you the injuries that she suffered. You will have in the jury room the exhibits that indicated the extent of the injuries from, I don't have to go through all of them, the extent of the injuries to slitting her throat, to slashing her wrists, throwing herself out a window, blood all over the bedroom floor, window open, screen slashed. Oh no, the screen wasn't slashed, my bad. That's what she thought. It's called a delusion. She was in a psychosis when she thought that. Probably right here, sitting here, believes that she
So
slashed
she killed
the
her
screen.
kids, realized she killed her kids, then thought, well, I'm just going to go kill myself too now. And she was as big of a failure of the mother as she was killing herself, right?
Almost a week showing you the extent and the severity of that suicide attempt. The reason that we had to do that is because they were arguing that it was a fake suicide. Dinky little cuts, no bleeding. She didn't mean to kill herself. She's going to throw herself out the window, I guess, and slide down the house. Remember that one hanging off of the window? Sliding down the house, and Lindsay screwed up. And she hurt herself bad. You know that's not what happened. You know that she made, through the testimony of Dr. Velkovich, that she made a very, very significant suicide effort, slashing her wrists, slitting her throat. And isn't it interesting when you consider objective evidence? Googling slitting a throat, Googling suicide, Googling drugs, Googling side effects, Googling ketamine treatments, Googling all of these
Ketamine
drugs.
treatments.
Googling
Oh,
the
horse
effects
tranquilizers. Sweet.
of Tufts medications, lorazepam, sertraline, hydroxyzine, lorazepam, buspirone, trazodone, fluoxetine, zolpidem, murdazine, clonazepam, quidapine, diazepam, quidapine. It goes on and on and on and on and on. We have the chat, you have the descriptions to see. And obviously, she wasn't consuming all of these at the same time, because one thing this kid did was try to do what she was supposed to do. She took
Is there a
the
toxicology
drugs as
report?
She was told to take them. She was religious in her obligations to take care of her health. She went to Dr. Tufts when she was a young lady living in a house with a husband and her babies, respected nurse, wife, friend, mother. Should have kept drinking, huh? That was a big deal, wasn't it? Remember that? We're just going to assassinate this young lady in every which way we can. Remember that evidence? I was concerned. She was drinking 5 drinks a day. She was worried about, you heard the evidence up to 2019. What are they talking about? She wasn't drinking while she had her kids. She wasn't drinking while she's breastfeeding. She would have a couple of beers with her friends. That's bad. Put that over in the bad pile. Right here. We spent all that time.
She killed her kids, fucko. That's how I bring it up.
Dr. Lapasada's testimony that this was a legitimate, dreadful, horrific suicide attempt. You think about this beautiful young girl throwing herself out a window. That's a quarter. I don't know if you ever played pool. I challenge you to tell this jury why we spent a week showing that she committed, your witnesses.
Counsel, address the jury, please.
Said, their witnesses, serious suicide attempt. Remember that? Tried to kill herself. So now they'll back off on that, and they'll agree. A serious suicide attempt. That's why I said, watch the evidence. Watch the manipulation. Remember the argument with the bands. She took the bands out of the bag, put the gloves on. Talks to Dr. Lapasada on the Zoom. Slams the bands down, out of the paper bag. Does the movement of the bands and yells at Lapasada and says, wrapped. They were just wrapped. They weren't knotted because you gotta get Lindsay.
Hold on. So she put on gloves before she went and strangled the kids?
You gotta hold it for a minute. You gotta hold it for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That's why she needed the bands not knotted. And then she said, it's like this. And they sprang open. Remember that? Dr. Lapasada said, yeah, I saw what you did. And she walked away like if the glove won't fit moment. Quarter number 2. What did Patrick Clancy testify to? You heard his testimony. He indicated clearly, unequivocally, they were knotted around the necks of those children to the point where he had to struggle. And it's your memory, not mine. If I say something you don't recall, forget it. It's what you remember the evidence to be. But clearly,
hold on. Is he trying to protect her or not? You just said that she tied him around there with gloves and killed him. What the shit?
Over his head.
This is making things worse.
And the police officer saw through the window. This is horrific stuff. But it's objective. And it shows the manipulation. This government, this prosecution is a mess. They would take their evidence and argue to you that she did not tie a knot and walk away because, as Dr. Lapasada said, you're talking about 4 or 5 seconds, so somebody passes out. No, they got to have the 4 minutes, and that's not what the evidence shows, is it? So, as we move on, Lindsay's in the hospital. And this whole thing about conversations, and she's talking to people, and the kids are in the basement. Her throat was crushed. You heard the 911 tape. You draw the inference, whether or not there's a conversation about where the children are. Try to kill myself, the kids are in the basement, all that. You determine whether or not that was something that could be discerned. And the police investigation, because as His Honor indicates, there are two things here. Number 1, proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty, and number 2, proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not.
Starline has just tipped $30. Who is next?
As His Honor instructed you at the time of these killings. Those are the 2 things they have to prove. And when the police charge somebody with a criminal offense, they have an obligation to investigate. At the end of the day, when you're talking about, well, we've got the charges before the court, you can sit there in the court, you can feel proud of yourself. do a good investigation? Do you even know what this, you'll see the photograph of the cup and the powder. What is it? They don't even analyze it. Did they take pictures? Did they analyze? Did they test the blood? Did they? Lousy investigation of this. Well, that's okay because she was guilty, and they put her in the hospital, and she's the evil woman that killed the 3 innocent kids, and they're going to stand there while she's chained to the bed, paralyzed. You heard testimony from Dr. Zeisel.
Did my chat die? Wherever we go.
That were securing her to the bed. They were handcuffs, not the medical treatment. Medical treatment would be, you know, like restraints, so you don't do whatever, pull lines out and things. We're talking about when the big men were in there with their guns and their badges and they're sitting outside the door, and they're going to make sure that Lindsay Clancy, paralyzed, chained to the bed, doesn't get up and run away from the hospital, I guess, and they just have to suffer their way through. I guess I don't know, I worked 8 hours, I had another shift I had to work that night. This is the treatment. And what's important about that is what kind of treatment did this young lady get from the healthcare providers. Remember Meg Collins? She came in this court, Meg, you might remember. Tall woman, short blonde hair, squared away. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. She was not only a nurse taking care of her in the hospital, she advocated for her. She stood up for her patient. She protected her. During the pandemic, you know that Meg Collins was in that emergency room when half of us were hiding at home behind our computers, hoping that we're not going to die in a week, drinking our Chardonnay at 11 o'clock in the morning. Meg Collins was in a hospital, treating people and advocating for them. That's an example of what nursing is all about. Not having attitude, not treating somebody like they're to be disdained. And what's even worse, she comes out of a coma. She is intubated. She has had major, major surgery of her broken, crushed spine, vertebrae, rib, thyroid. Massive, massive, not my words, medical records, massive testimony, blood transfusion for the blood loss. And when someone, you've heard evidence, comes out of surgery, they are delusional. You've had anesthesia. You've had think about having a tooth pulled. Think about the trauma that somebody has when they're in a hospital bed laying there,
good morning, Boris,
unable to feel the lower half of their body, but able to feel.
Dear Lord, how dare the cops go and actually, you know, do procedure, make sure a patient doesn't get away who is wanted for murdering heinously her 3 children.
The hospital has a meeting. Remember the other doctor, I think it was Dr. Shah, the Indian woman? Wicked impressive. She was amazing. She had the facts. She was able to tell you exactly what she observed. She was able to tell you what they were doing to treat Lindsay. She treated her like a human being. She was a damn good doctor. Came in here and told you all of her observations about her and told you one of the things that ultimately that they were concerned about is they had to have this big confabulation about, we're going to take her off the, the healthcare process. They had to have lawyers. They had to have people there. They had to have her signing documents. They had to determine whether or not she was going to be signing something to have her parents.
The voice actor of Optimus Prime died.
Not going to be responsible for her care. Lawyers, cops, handcuffs. Do I need a lawyer? Write that down. Where are you? You're out there somewhere. Write that down. Boy, she wanted a lawyer. That's a bad thing. Must be guilty. Let's put that in the guilty pile. That's why she said that in a delirious state, dealing with all of these people about that issue. But what's even more nefarious, as you think about it, as I said, your eye on the ball because of the manipulation. Paul Zeisel, big deal. I'm friends with the guy. You heard evidence that I called him. I was with Pat a night or two after this incident in the bedroom with all the blood. I was with Pat taking evidence that the police didn't even see in their thorough investigation. And I was able, as you know now, certainly, to grab this. Why wouldn't the police have grabbed this? They're all empty. You can see when they were prescribed. You can see what they are. You can see what she took. You heard the testimony. It's tough to take a handful of pills. Remember the guy saying that yesterday? Tough to take a handful of pills. Well, no. They were crushed. Oh, they were crushed. Okay. Where's the residue? Where's the crusher? Where's anything? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Great investigation, guys. So you have a situation where they leave this behind. They don't even look at it.
Because there's probably a toxicology report.
Well, they might have looked at it.
And her having empty pill bottles doesn't mean she's taking them, right?
They go down to the kitchen, they seized every pill bottle that was in the cabinet, along with the books. And speaking of books, one of the things that they found, smoking gun. Good moms have scary thoughts. Hallelujah. Put that in the guilty pile. We're going to put this in a plastic bag. We're going to show it to a jury so they know that this young lady had scary thoughts. Turns out that Gelada gave it to her. So you have this evidence. You have evidence of sleep aids. You have evidence in the bag. Because obviously this stuff was just thrown in there. It wasn't in a bag when I saw it inside this thing here, and we seized it. And we held it for 3.5 years. Anybody care about it? No. You heard evidence that the police knew that they had it. They could have it, they could look at it, they could analyze it, do whatever they wanted. They didn't have to. This here, you heard evidence. This is a little wish jar that they bought on their honeymoon in Hawaii many years prior to even having kids.
If I was the jury, I'd ask the judge, can you shut the fuck up at any point in time?
Folded up pieces of paper. Some of them are dated, some of them aren't. They go all the way back to 2017, 2018, 20. And they reference her wishes to have healthy kids, her wishes for her kids to be successful, her wishes to have a good birth. Second time around, hoping for a good birth, worrying about the child with I forget, where they rub the thing like.
Come on, lawyer.
This woman lived for her kids until she had the pleasure running into Dr. Tufts of her 2 months experience. And after she ran into Dr. Tufts, it was not a wonderful life anymore. And what did Dr. Tufts do? And everybody laughs at me. I said the television. Okay, I know it's a telemedical thing on your telephone or on a Zoom. Take more pills. You have the medical records. You heard the testimony. You know her concerns. You know her fears. Does this seem like a young lady that didn't care and wanted to score more drugs off somebody? That's another repulsive allegation.
Yeah, she was doctor shopping. She definitely was taking a bunch of meds.
There's no basis for that at all. She was scared. September.
I bet her kids are scared too.
Into October of 22. Young, vibrant, hardworking. You've heard all this, not my words, witnesses' words. Holding goals for herself. Hardworking nurse, hardworking mother would take the kids to the Kingsbury Club. That's another thing. Sounds pretty snooty, doesn't it? Oh, they're at the Kingsbury Club. It's a swimming pool and a place where you can exercise. Watch the manipulation. Because now you've got a situation where you've got manipulation with the Kingsbury Club, you've got manipulation with these other items here, and you've also got manipulation of Paul Zeisel told Lindsay.
The fuck is this? The quarter defense?
Say that you're hearing voices. Think about how ugly that is. Because you know, beyond a reasonable doubt, even though we don't have any proof, we have no burden. You heard from Sheila. Remember Sheila, the woman that's the reverend or whatever, she's the chaplain at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. She didn't know Lindsay from anybody that night when she came in all broken up. And she told you that she continued. She was there when Lindsay came out of, was extubated. She was there when Lindsay was going through her treatments. She was there for 8 days before Paul Zeisel even knew Lindsay existed. But they would be in here telling you that Lindsay saw the psychologist because the lawyer went and got the psychologist to go and speak to her. And then you have these guys here, the cops. They're having meetings, talking about it. They're talking about it.
Yeah, because it's investigation, dickhead.
Must have been the psychologist. Must have been Zeisel. He's the guy that told her what to say, and he did not. How can you?
Wow, he might get hit for.
With the career that he has,
there's something I'm looking for. He in trouble for.
To put him in a position where he tells a broken young woman who is vilified by our society for killing her 3 children, that he goes in the hospital and tells her to say she heard voices. Disgusting. So now you know that she told Sheila first that she heard voices. Command hallucinations. She didn't say command hallucinations. I heard voices. It was a male voice. Told me, you had these other guys that came in. The government's rebuttal witnesses. Very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. The first 2, Mac, put him aside. You've got the other doctor as well. So Mac is, why he was freaked out when I asked him where he stayed, and the other guy looked at me like his eyes were bugging. Why did I ask where he stayed? Whatever. Point is, they don't see her for years. Years. And why? The other guy, Halbern, I think it was Halbern, he had to wait until maybe it was the last man, I forget. They had to process his payment from the DA's office through the school. Who cares? If you have an obligation to try and be objective, to try and even look as though you're competent and objective, why would you wait for so long? Why would you go with another guy? Why would you take this young lady and have her in a room and question her, one right after the other? Wouldn't you like to sit there and be questioned by Dr. Mack? Boy, that'd be an experience. For 3 hours, 4 hours. And the other guy is going to pepper his questions at her as well between that period. And the next day, she can take tests. And then go back at it again with Mack and with Halbern. And she was cooperative. She was pleasant.
Yeah, the defense is pretty incompetent, yes.
She answered the questions, and she owned what she did. Huh? She never ran from anything. She's gone through...
She did! She killed her kids! She tried to run out of a window!
After evaluation...
People don't cut their wrists and their throat and thought, oh shit, I better jump out the window now.
As they're questioning her, as she's sitting there...
She was really that determined, she would have had a handful of rat poison.
After hour, 3 years after this incident, but that's okay. They're busy. Paul Zeisel was there, literally, in Brigham and Women's, because I called him, because I was asked to represent this young lady. You heard evidence. I saw her in the hospital. I saw her laying in the bed broken. I saw her laying in the bed practically dead. I reached out to Dr. Zeisel, and I asked him, please, can you talk to this woman? Concerned, as he testified, for her mental well-being. What kind of demons, what kind of horror was in her mind as she lay there paralyzed and hurting and medicated, swollen, tubes, pops, chains. He went and talked to her. Big deal. I asked him to go. You judge the credibility of a person. Did Paul Zeisel have the ring of truth when he told you that he's there out of humane feeling to try to help this young lady? And he's been by her side for 3.5 years.
Not to be kind of morbid, but people kill themselves every day very successfully. If she was really going to do it, she would have, done it.
Visit with Lindsay.
I feel it was all premeditated.
At the Tewksbury Hospital. She's not getting paid. She's not a hired gun. She's not somebody that's coming in to say something at my request. She loves Lindsay. He's a good kid. She's a beautiful soul.
No, she's not.
So you have Zeisel that has been with her all that time. You've got Sheila, who's been with her all that time. You've got evidence that her mom and dad, who lived in Connecticut, come up and they stay and they visit with her, and that they sit with her, and God forbid they actually sometimes had dinner. Remember that?
God forbid they would have actually been able to spend time with their grandchildren.
Let's go through the Tewksbury records and see what she's doing on the anniversary of the deaths. How about on their birthdays? Can you see them sitting there going through the medical records? Okay, doctor, what did she do then? She propelled herself down the hallway, met with her parents, laughed, had dinner, watched TV.
She laughed? She laughed on the anniversary of her children? She wasn't crying? She wasn't upset?
Wailing, self-flagellating, constantly. For 3.5 years, she's acting like a human being trying to exist. But they go through.
Who said psychopath earlier?
They want to get those dates and use them against her. Manipulation. And then you consider we're 3 weeks away from a trial. The guy yesterday that's looking up to the heavens while he's testifying, Caesar, tells you that he wanted to establish a rapport. Can you imagine? You know that you're 3 weeks away from your murder trial, and you know that this is doctor number 3 who's been hired by the government to come in and evaluate you and testify against you, and he's going to establish a rapport. There is no rapport, but yet she was cooperative, she was friendly. Interestingly enough, just like the treating doctors don't talk to each other, they don't communicate with each other, they don't have access to medical records. She signs the HIPAA forms. They don't know what her records are, but they know for sure what Dr. Resnick had in his report. They know for sure what Dr. Zeisel had in his report. They know for sure what Meg Spinelli had in her report, and they incorporate that into their report. But then you have the MMPI and the other psychological tests that were administered to her on the second day of the Mac Heilbrunn team interviewing, interrogating, questioning her. She passes the MMPI. Testimony is presented. She answered the MMPI honestly. And they're pertaining to state of mind. They're pertaining to questions about what occurred. They're questioning this young lady as to what her state of mind was then, in the middle, and now. And she didn't lie. She didn't malinga. She didn't exaggerate, and more importantly, if anything, she minimizes. But she certainly was off the chart on the suicide scale. And then you have testimony from Dr. Resnick, Dr. Zeisel, Dr. Carney. and they were paid for their testimony. We're all paid, like I said, not the jury so much, but the judge, myself, Chrissy, everybody gets paid. These doctors came in and testified. Phil Resnick, the man is something out of a scary movie. He has the world record of investigating, examining, and treating people in psychosis that kill their children, filicide. He has a world-renowned record for checking fakers to see if a person is malingering. Their doctor agreed that his article on Voices is a leading article with research in the world. Their doctor agreed that he, Bill Resnick, is an expert on malingering. You heard him testify by Zoom because he had surgery. But he showed up by Zoom and testified that, again, 4 months after this incident, he met with Lindsay, he evaluated Lindsay, compared, looked at all the records, just like all the rest of them, everyone says. They looked at all the records, the police reports, grand jury minutes, everything else. He indicates clearly, in his opinion, that she was in a state of psychosis at the time of this death, ×3. Has any of the government doctors rebutted that? One of them, Halburn, said it's possible either way. That's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The other one, Mac, you can accept his testimony if you wish, but I suggest that you probably won't. And then you're left with the doctor yesterday who didn't even know what killing during the course of the psychosis was. And when I was questioning him about it, he agreed. And I said, don't just agree with me. You're just agreeing with me because I said that? And he basically said, yeah. What kind of expert testimony is this? It's a mess. But the government uses them to try to rebut a man like Phil Resnick, who tells you that she was suffering from a horrific mental disease and defect at the time of the killing of her beautiful children. Why, the how, and the fact that under the law, as His Honor has given you, she's not criminally responsible. And the burden is on them right here. Prove to you that at the time of the killing, as Dr. Resnick says, that she was suffering from a disease or defect, as Dr. Zeisel said, that she was suffering from a disease or defect, as Dr. Condi said, she was suffering from a disease or defect, and Condi took you down the road of all of these medications as a psychopharmacologist, as a doctor that specializes in prescription medications. And you got the evidence. So you're able to look at that and determine, see what the side effects are, what she was complaining of, and look at her records. I mean, they have really turned her inside out. I mean, they've got every single text, every single email, every single picture, everything that she did in college. Oh, that's another thing. She lied, according to the guy yesterday that testified, she lied to Pat about being on Prozac. They were dating for 3 months. She's living in Boston. She meets this kid. She thinks that she might like him, and they're dating. Oh, excuse me, before you go out with me, let me tell you that about a year ago when I was studying for my exams, because I'm nervous about talking in public, I got on Prozac. Seriously? That's what the government is arguing in this case. You're going to have this journal, which talks about her being, this is how controlling she is, manipulation. In the opening statement, you may recall that the district attorney said that she was a hard-charging, manipulating woman that was controlling, and everything in their life was controlled, and she ran it to the water, to the carrots, to the beets. You look in this book, and as you might recall, Ms. Rossi testified, when asked, did you feel that she was being controlling of you? Because she says, for example, Monday, 10:24, Callan, put down for a nap. Hopefully we'll nap for 2 hours. If he wakes shortly, let him resettle himself. Bottle when he wakes up. Then it goes on and on. Make salad, romaine lettuce. He likes peppers, broccoli. Cut the sweet potatoes in chunks. Thank you, with the heart. Another good score. You look at her journals that she took. You'll see, as you go along, in the dates that she's recording in these journals, she's talking about the drugs that she was prescribed. And look at the first page. Look at how detailed. Dates, how she felt, 10 milligrams Prozac, and it goes on like that, goes on through November into December. December 9th, 10th, 11th. Horrible intrusive thoughts. Horrible thoughts in the AM. Horrible thoughts. Horrible thoughts, no motivation. And then finally, horrible thoughts, no motivation, deeply depressed. Then, that's around the time she went to Women and Infants Hospital, right? Looking for help. Look at this. As she runs into January, there's nothing other than little chicken scratches because her mind was gone. In January, as she's on these drugs and she's suffering from what you've heard is postpartum depression that can lead to postpartum psychosis, and you have these men coming in here that don't even know psychosis from schizophrenia as experts, telling you that if a woman doesn't have these symptoms, like it's a disease, symptoms of postpartum depression within 4 weeks. That's it. Lights out. You're not a person that can be considered. You're not a real person for purposes of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis. Well, I suggest that he's wrong. I suggest the second guy's wrong and the third guy. Well, actually, I don't even know. It's your memory. If the gentleman, Mac, even knew, I think he said 4 weeks. It can go up to a year or longer. But we don't really know because you heard the evidence. There's no evidence. There's nothing in the DSM, but that's the Bible. God forbid you should go to Europe. You should look at the World Health Organization records. You should look at the way they treat pregnant women that have problems with their children. No, we're the most advanced country in the world. But we still have doctors that come into court on a murder trial and talk about 4-week cutoff on something that they don't even know exists.
She's still going.
They've never treated it. They've never written about it. You have terrorism experts.
I just drove to California and back, and he's still going.
He talks about his focus and his interests, and it's about juveniles and drugs, and like I said, kids that like to drink and smoke weed. Those are the experts, quote unquote, to support their burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay was not suffering from a disease or defect at the time that she killed her children. You all remember this. October. This is not an evidence, it's marked for identification. It's too big. So, but basically it shows clearly and unequivocally the depths of despair that this young kid was in, trying to raise 3 kids, trying to be a wife, ready to go back to work. Did anyone say that she was just lazy or just didn't want to go back to work? That's manipulation. They're arguing. She didn't want to go back to work. She didn't want to go back to work because she didn't want to leave her kids, especially Callan, because she loved her children. They were her life. Manipulation. And when you consider the journals, I don't know, you ever watched the movie there, The Shining, with Jack Nicholson? Remember the scene when he's sitting there in a state of complete psychosis, and he's writing a book, and he's typing, and the wife finds the book and opens it up and looks at it and says, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Repeated after repeated after repeated. And he says, do you like it? You look at the records of her.
So is he saying he was haunted? She was haunted by demons?
Look at how many times, how many hours of the night in the afternoon she's looking this stuff up, in between taking care of the family, in between all of the stuff that was going on with visiting doctors, seeing doctors, going to Rhode Island, being told, no, we can't help you, calling a suicide hotline, we can't help you, calling another suicide hotline, we can't help you. My God, what does she have to do? She was reaching out for help, and she was not getting it. She turns herself in to McLean Hospital. You saw the doctor, nice woman. She's testifying. She didn't know. I suggest to you that she didn't know having anything, let alone psychosis involving a young lady like her going through what she was going through. The government bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They bring, for example, Ian Whiffen. The guy, you might remember him, was the guy that's, I guess he developed or helped develop Celebrate. What you got when you look at the records, you don't measure on an Apple Watch. Well, I shouldn't say Apple Watch because we know that they didn't have the Apple Watch, but on a cell phone. You don't measure.
I want to know what he would say about John Wayne Gacy.
Going down the stairs. You measure stair climbing, right? That's what the testimony was. And there were 3 stairs that were climbed. Okay. The last record is 5:38. At 5:38 p.m., we went through that uncrossed. What happens to the phone? Don't know. It was on the bed. Was it dropped on the bed and left there for 20 minutes? She could have been anywhere in the house during all that period of time, right? Right? You've got a compressed period of time that Patrick leaves to go to the restaurant to pick up the CV, and you heard the guy yesterday say, and then she sent him off to go to CVS. It's on the way. It's on the way. She didn't want him out of the house long. She was in distress. She wanted him home to help with the baby, to help with the kids, to help putting them to bed. How long is he going to be gone? She Googles it. Is that something that is so nefarious? You'd think that goes right along the line with the book about good mothers having bad thoughts. My God, she actually Googled the time frame that Patrick would take to go to 3B and pick up the food and then leave and stop at CVS on the way. So I guess the government is suggesting she's not in a psychosis. So she's Googling Miralax because the doctor earlier that day told her that the baby needed Miralax. Why would she do that? Because remember the government's opening when they told you she wasn't suffering from the psychosis. She was a woman that didn't want to live a life anymore, wasn't happy being a mother, didn't want to live that life. So she's going to kill her kids and hopefully throw herself out the window and not paralyze herself, and then she could run off into the sunset, I guess. That's what their theory was, along with the fact that it wasn't a real good suicide, it was fake. Well, now we know, don't we? The mess that this young lady was in her brain, my brain is being damaged. I will never be better. That's the evidence. That's the evidence that we have in this case. Burden of proof is on them to prove to you that at the time that she killed these 3 beautiful kids, that she just wanted to move on with her life. And I suggest to you, just as there's no chicken nugget residue, and then when you look at those photographs, there's a slice of a cucumber, there's a slice of a carrot, there's no chicken nuggets in that bowl. Patrick wouldn't know what the kids were eating. She was the one that would cook their dinner. She was in the refrigerator, but the guy yesterday is like, oh no. Patrick said that the child was eating the chicken McNuggets in the bowl. No, she was getting food out for the 2 kids, not the little baby, 2 kids for dinner. There's no evidence
should ask the
that
kid.
She's lying.
Oh.
There's no evidence that she's malingering.
That's right, we can't, because she killed him.
Remember, there was a big deal about whether or not the voices are within the head or whether or not they're outside of the head. Dr. Resnick's article with the largest research on voices malingering in the world indicates that 38% of almost 1,000 people that were examined report voices from inside their head, and it stops. You going to buy that guy yesterday? He doesn't know what he's talking about. This young lady is not guilty of the killing of her children because she was suffering from a disease and defect, as His Honor instructed you. And they're not going to be able to prove otherwise. And it's their burden, not ours. Thank you.
All right, Como.
There's no dispute that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from mental illness and that she tried to kill herself. There's no dispute about that. All of the evidence that you've heard, even the experts that the Commonwealth put before you, say that she was suffering from mental illness and she tried to kill herself. That's not the issue in this trial. The issue is whether, at the time she killed Cora, Dawson, and Callan, she knew the difference between right and wrong, and whether she could conform her behavior to the requirements of the law. This case is not about our mental health system or how it treats women or what's in the DSM-5 and what's not. That's a distraction to get you angry and passionate about an important issue, but an issue that's not on trial here. What's on trial here, what the issue is here, is what Lindsay Clancy did the night of January 24th, 2023, and what her mental state was at the time. And you can use her psychological history and records, the treatment records, to look at both before and after she killed the kids, to look at how she got to that point, what her thought process was, what her motivation was. But it's not the system or the DSM or any of that that caused her to strangle her kids. In fact, she had more access to treatment and care and support than a lot of people do. She had health insurance that covered multiple doctors, multiple specialty programs, treatment at South Shore, at Mass General, her stay at McLean. She had prescription coverage to cover the different trials she went through. She had support at home. She had 18 weeks of maternity leave with the opportunity to extend that as much as she needed, which is excellent, which is what all women should have. But she had that. She had support from both sides of her family, hers and Patrick's. The two older kids, Cora and Dawson, were in preschool 3.5 days a week. And she had the nanny, Elaine, who helped with Callan 3 mornings a week. And she also helped her with housework and with food prep. This wasn't a woman suffering from a lack of care, a lack of resources. She had an abundance of help, an abundance of care. She had all of that and more. And, you know, this doesn't mean that she wasn't struggling, that she wasn't dealing with.
She had a nanny too, and the kids weren't even there half the time.
She had depression. And whether that's from bipolar or major depressive disorder or postpartum depression, it all boils down to she was depressed, right? And she was trying to deal with that, trying to get help for that. But it wasn't the fault of the providers that she was struggling with this, or that she wasn't getting better. They were doing the best they could. You have the records, you heard the testimony. They were doing the best they could with the information she provided them. And that wasn't always accurate information. That wasn't always the full picture. And they were doing the best they could with her level of cooperation and compliance with the plan. Take her medications. You know from the records and from the pill bottles what she was prescribed and how she was supposed to take those medications. And you know from the pill bottles what she actually took. And sometimes those two things didn't align with what she told her providers, what she told Patrick, what she told her mother. You take the Zoloft, for example. The prescription was for one 25 milligram pill a day for 7 days, and then to go up to the 50 milligrams after 7 days. She told Dr. Tufts that she took the pills as prescribed for 7 days, went up on the 8th day to 50 milligrams, and that's when she had the insomnia and the other side effects and symptoms. She told Patrick that she took the pills for 7 days and they had no effect, so she called Dr. Tufts, who then told her to increase the dose. Well, you know what she told Patrick is not accurate, because the pill bottle says, take it for a week and then increase it. That was the plan from the beginning. That wasn't the result of a phone call to Dr. Tufts. And you know what she told Dr. Tufts isn't accurate either, because only 7 pills were taken from the bottle. So that leaves you two options. Either she took the medication as prescribed, 1 pill a day for 7 days, and then didn't increase it, which she says is what caused the side effects and the insomnia, or what she did was not take it as prescribed. She didn't do it 7 days and ease into it and then increase it. She either missed a dose or increased it early before she was supposed to. Either scenario is not good. She knows as a nurse the importance of following the instructions of your medications. She knows how important it is to follow the plan and do what's on the bottle and do what your provider tells you and to give that accurate information to your provider. She didn't say, I went up a dose, went up to 50 too early. Maybe they could have adjusted that and tried the 25 milligram for longer and eased her into it. But no, she told her that she did what she was told and then went up and had these problems. So you can see that in a lot of the medication she has. You have the pill bottles that were turned in by Patrick, and a lot of them don't even have many pills missing from the bottles. Some of them have none. The Buspar prescription, the first one, there's only 2 pills missing. The second prescription, no pills missing. The Lamictal, she never took those pills at all until the night she tried to kill herself. So there's a lack of compliance there, a lack of follow-through, a lack of communication with her providers about what was happening with her and how she was taking
But no,
medications.
I haven't eaten breakfast yet.
Defense wants you to believe that this is a woman begging for help and willing to do anything and everything her providers tell her to do to get better. And she was asking for help. She was. She wanted help. She wanted to get better. But she wanted to get better on her own terms, doing things her way, the way she thought she should do them. And as a nurse, she knew that's not the right way to approach it. She knew that an accurate medical history, accurate information about your side effects and symptoms, what your thoughts are, that's important for your providers to know. And she didn't do it. And it seems that the reason that she's not necessarily fully compliant and she's doing what she wants to do is she has this desire to be herself again. She just wants to go back to who she was, and she wants it now. And she doesn't want any side effects. She just wants to be herself again and wants it now. And that's understandable. That's relatable, to want to get that magic pill that will fix you immediately and you can go back to being yourself. But she knew that's not how it worked. And you know that's what she was thinking, because in the searches on her phone, she's searching for things like, which antidepressant works the fastest? How fast does Wellbutrin work? And she's searching all of these different medications for the side effects and symptoms, some of them that she never even discusses with her doctors. And, you know, again, it's relatable that she wants to get back to where she was, but she had discussions with her providers about how these medications work and that it takes time for them to get into your system and it takes time for them to work. She even texted her mother about that, about how she knew that she had to be patient, that it took weeks for the amitriptyline, for example, to get into her system and worked. And she knew all of this, and she couldn't be patient. She couldn't wait. She wanted faster. She even told Dr. Tufts, it's a note in the records, that she knew the problem was that she wasn't focusing on one provider and following one plan. She knew that going from doctor to doctor, practice to practice, South Shore to MGH, to different programs, not the best way to deal with the situation. She said it in her own words to Dr. Tufts. They need to stick with one provider and stick with one plan to see if it works. And she actually turned down help from at least 2 locations at various points. We talked a lot about the women and infants records. And, you know, you don't have to believe what I say about them or the witnesses say about them or defense. You can look at the records themselves. Page 9, it says right there, Patrick was the one who said over-medication was the issue. Not the doctors there.
Look,
not the
I give you guys entertainment. I ain't here strangling my kids for money.
Depression.
And this woman made over $1 million?
Adverse medication effects. That means they have to look into it to
Sons
see if
of
medication is
bitches.
a problem. But there's a difference between an adverse effect, a symptom, or a problem with a medication and being over-medicated, taking too much of a medication or taking too many at one time. There's a difference there. And Women and Infants never says she was over-medicated. What they also don't do is turn her away. It's not that she went there and they said, can't help you, go away. They told her, it's in the records, based on the onset of her symptoms, they weren't sure if it was postpartum or peripartum. They saw she had an issue. They wanted to help her. It says there, we offered her. They offered her 3 programs. They offered her the inpatient medical management program. They offered her a partial hospitalization program for general mental health. And they offered her an outpatient program. It shows they put a lot of thought into that, into offering her this care. When they gave her 3 separate options, considering she's a young mom, maybe she doesn't want to be away from home, but we'll give her the option of being in the hospital and getting her medications right. But we'll also give her the option of the partial hospitalization, where she can, be here during the day and go home to her kids in the evening. And then that third option of being an outpatient and being able to be at home with her kids and come in for appointments. It was very thoughtful of them. It was very well planned out to give her these 3 options. And it's kind of the exact opposite of just turning someone away and saying, go away, we can't help you. And her response, well, I'm going to talk to my provider about it for guidance. And she goes to Dr. Tufts. She sees Gelada at some point. You look at the records, she never discussed those options with them. She told them that Women and Infants turned her away and said she didn't qualify for the program. She didn't discuss those 3 programs that they offered her. So basically, they give her this offer of help, 3 different forms of help, and she says, no.
The old guy is wondering if he farted or shit himself.
With her provider.
He's trying to figure it out right now.
The first time she goes to Mass General, to the emergency room, they offer her a bed at McLean, and she turns it down. She wants help. No one's saying she doesn't want help, but she's making these decisions and doing these things that aren't helping her get help, that are turning away help, because she wants the help in a certain way, in a certain time frame. And all during this time, between September and December of 2022, she's interacting with friends, with family, teachers, gym staff, the nanny, people at gymnastics, interacting with them in public spaces, in public ways, driving her kids around, all throughout that time, able to know the difference between right and wrong, able to conform her behavior to the law and to the requirements of society, and interacting with others and presenting herself as a functioning adult, a functioning mom. You know that she knew the difference between right and wrong during that time, because she had those thoughts at the beginning of December of harming her kids. And she told Patrick and her mother about them. But who she didn't tell is important and very telling. She didn't tell a single provider. Not Tufts, not Gelada, not Jennifer McAllister, not Dukes, no one at McLean, no one at MGH, no one at South Shore. Didn't tell any of them. And why? Because the police might take away her kids. That's a rational thought. That telling mandated reporters that you're having a thought of harming your kids, that they might be taken away for their safety.
You know what would have helped if she just drank the bleach, Colton?
And it
then
also
the kids would
shows
still
she
be
knew
alive.
it was a bad thought, a wrong thought. Because You don't think someone's going to take your kids away because you're thinking something positive or neutral. It's because it's bad, it's because it's wrong, it's because it's against the law. So she knew that it was wrong. And she was able to conform her behavior to the law because she didn't tell those providers. She went in and met with them and talked about what she was experiencing and talked about her depression. And not only did she not tell them, she lied to them. They asked her, are you having thoughts of harming others? Do you have homicidal ideation? She told Tufts no. She told Gelada no. She told Dukes no. She told Goodhart no. Every day at McLean she said no. At MGH she said no. So not only is she hiding it, she's lying about it. She's controlling her behavior. She's controlling the presentation she presents to her providers. And then we get to her being admitted to McLean. You know, up to that point, all of the drugs she's taken from September through December, they weren't given at the same time. The most she ever had at one time was 2 to 3 medications. And usually if it was 3, that third medication was the Benadryl or the hydroxyzine that's like Benadryl, or the Ativan or Valium as needed for anxiety. But most of the time it was 2 medications. And the way they do those medications, you heard from Dr.
Strong stuff for anxiety.
A man who's examined thousands of patients with psychosis, who's treated women with postpartum psychosis, who's treated women who have killed their children. That man who apparently has no expertise. You heard from him that the medication trials were reasonable.
Patriot when I'm king. I will bring back asylums and the gallows.
Or they had side effects.
Maybe even on the same piece of property.
They tried something else. They tried a different combination. And unfortunately,
shit's gonna be crazy.
With mental health, there's no blood test or CAT scan or MRI that you can do that says, well, you have bipolar or you have schizophrenia. It unfortunately doesn't work like that. So what the providers have to do is rely on what the patient's telling them. Hope that information is accurate. Rely on what they're observing about the patient and make a diagnosis. And then based on that diagnosis, have a treatment plan. And every patient reacts differently to medication. One patient could do fine on it, the next not. So they have to do that trial and error process, and it's normal, it's typical, it's reasonable. And that's what they did for her. And even if you believe that the number of different medications she took over that time or the combination of those medications affected her negatively, after McLean, they were out of her system. Some of them had been out of her system for months. Zoloft she stopped in October. Other pills she stopped in November or December. And that last one, the Seroquel, that she really had a bad reaction to, is out of her system. The only medication she's on leaving McLean is trazodone for sleep and Valium for anxiety. And that's it when she leaves there. And why does she leave there? He wants to go to Corey's birthday party. And that's relatable, that's understandable. She wants to be that mom again who can throw her daughter a party and enjoy it. It's completely understandable why she would want to leave, but she also knew she wasn't there. She knew how she was feeling. She knew she was depressed. She knew she needed help. But she wanted to be that mom she was more. And there was nothing McLean could do to keep her there. She said she denied suicidal ideation. She denied homicidal ideation. She said she wasn't hearing voices or seeing anything. They saw the entire time she was there no signs of psychosis. In fact, every doctor she saw, from Tufts in September all the way through Tufts at January 23rd, none of them saw any signs of psychosis ever.
Oh, weird.
So they're all wrong. All these different doctors at all these different practices, they're all collectively together wrong. That doesn't make sense. But she shows when she's leaving McLean, no signs of psychosis. And they even give her a test, a task to do to see if she can manage her mental health outside of the hospital. Make an appointment, pick a doctor, make an appointment. And she does it. She decides on Dr. Tufts. She makes the follow-up appointment. She gets the documentation and gives it to them, showing she can manage her mental health. They have to let her go at that point. She's there voluntarily. There's no grounds to keep her if she's not showing she's a danger to herself or others. So they let her go home.
The body language from her is very interesting.
All throughout January, she's showing her ability to know right from wrong and to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law in all the activities she does in January. First, there's the birthday party. She's throwing the birthday party.
The way she moves the tissue, the way her hands are,
typical mom birthday
right?
party stuff. Everyone's eating, getting cake, singing happy birthday. You saw her in the video.
The clenching of the hands,
smiling,
right?
Normal.
She's getting mad.
Everyone that interacted with her said seemed a little
looking
tired,
smug,
but okay.
The court reporter on the breathing apparatus.
You have that video. The Museum of Science in Boston can be crowded and overwhelming on a good day. And she's there with 3 kids under 5 with her husband. You see her monitoring them, caring for them, doing the exhibits, showing them what to do with the exhibits. If you watched that video and you didn't know who the Clancy family was, and we asked you to pick out the woman who is depressed, pick out the woman who wants to kill herself, pick out the woman who's about to kill her kids, you couldn't pick her out. She's completely calm. All her behaviors are typical and normal because she's able to control her behavior. She's able to be suicidal and feel those things, but control her behavior, control her thoughts, and present that image to the world. She's able to do it at the Cape Codder as well. Similar scenario. She's able to watch the kids when Patrick goes to brunch. She's able to watch the boys when Patrick and Cora go skiing on the 16th. She's able to interact with the Carneys on January 22nd. And yeah, they both initially said she was quiet, but then they both admitted she was always kind of quiet. But she was able to interact with them, chat with them in the kitchen. Seemed okay. In between January 7th and January 21st, her mother never comes to the house to intervene. Her sister, a licensed social worker, a mandated reporter, never comes to the house to intervene or help, never makes a report, and they're in contact with her every day.
It's called a steno mask, specially soundproof microphone used in voice
recording.
recording.
Never see any signs that
and
they should
writing.
be concerned or worried or intervene. And you have those text messages between the defendant and her mom. And her mom, obviously, was very attentive, very caring, asked very pointed questions. How are you doing? How are you sleeping? How are the medications? Obviously, a very concerned, loving mom. How did Lindsay answer? I'm getting a little better. I'm sleeping better. She said the only time her sleep was interrupted is if Cora had a bellyache or one of the kids was up. But she's doing better every day. She's sleeping better. She's feeling
extremely
better.
Horny.
She still says I'm not myself. I'm not where I want to be. But she's moving in the right direction. And we have that.
So I said breathing apparatus.
The day she leaves on the 22nd, headed back home. I'm glad to see you're doing so much better. Now her mom wants you to believe that she lied to her, that she wasn't doing better and she was just trying to encourage her. But there are so many things you can say to your daughter who's struggling with mental health other than lie to her if you want to encourage her. You've got this.
The family could have taken the kids the hell away from her crazy ass too.
But she wants you to think she lied to her when she said she was doing better. But you know that wasn't a lie. You know that she was doing better, or seemed to be, and that her mom said, I'm glad you're doing so much better, because Patrick said the same thing.
Welcome to shitty California.
She was doing better in January. Every day was better. The 24th was the best day. They had hope, because that's what she wanted to show them.
I think some still use the keyboard, but she's on Google.
maybe she wasn't doing that much better, was Dr. Tufts.
Now she's on the regular
Dr. Tufts
page.
that she was
She was
feeling
on Google for a second.
which is why Dr. Tufts prescribed the 10 milligrams of amitriptyline a day. Very low dose. And then she told Dr. Tufts again, still not helping. And so Dr. Tufts raised it to the 20 milligrams. Again, a very low dose, a dose a child could take. And that shows how cautious and conservative Dr. Tufts was being in the treatment of this patient who had had those interactions with medications
I don't know if she had a full
previously.
psychotic break or not.
She was being cautious and conservative and acting with care for the patient by slowly increasing the medication.
Also, she's supposed to not be able to be heard by anybody else, but we could totally hear her.
She still denied having a suicide plan, denied wanting to hurt anyone else, denied voices, denied visual hallucinations, showed no signs of psychosis. All the way up to January 23rd. Nothing.
Right, and he was working, you know.
And if you look at their journal, you look at this journal that defense counsel showed you, she's very detailed, excuse me, about when she took medication, what she took, the amounts she took.
I will say,
what the effect
she's
was
giving more
for
facts and
months,
stuff where the other guy was doing more of a
going all
theater
the way up
act.
to January. And where it stops, January
But was that
18th.
prior, Colton, to her killing the kids, or afterward?
So meticulous about everything, all the way up to January 18th, and it just stops. It's as if she's decided she's done trying. She's decided that it's too much, and she doesn't want to do it anymore. And so she just stops keeping track of the prescriptions.
Well, she went to different doctors. All the other doctors were like, she's full of shit.
And then we get to January 24th. Everything that
he
happened
just
that
spilled
day,
coffee all
every
over the
person she
goddamn
interacted
floor.
with, every situation she was in shows you she knew the difference between right and wrong, and she could conform her behavior to the law. The doctor's appointment first thing in the morning. She's able to drive there. She's able to interact with medical professionals. She's able to seem absolutely fine and normal. And this is a doctor.
What was the first
who's
suicide
treated
attempt
the
as?
kids since Cora was a baby. This is a pediatrician who's known the family and has known Lindsay for almost 5 years. A woman who's trained in recognizing the signs of postpartum depression. She told you she looks for flat affect, she looks for teariness, and some other things that she told you.
That's
She's done
true,
none of
but that
that.
is correct.
She was able to control herself and interact with her in a perfectly normal, concerned mother way. Able to get home
Maybe
from
she
that
tried
appointment.
before, but I know
She plays with the
after
kids,
she
she
killed the
takes them
kids, she tried to
outside,
kill
she's
herself
sending
again.
Those messages and photos to her
Or at least
mom,
I
to
think so. I think that's what
Patrick,
they were saying.
basically saying,
Brandy's been following
this
this
is
and
a
some
good
other people
day.
better than
I'm
me.
having a good day. Everything's good.
And yeah, she was pill
I'm
shopping.
getting better.
She was doctor shopping
Here's
too.
Proof. This is what I'm doing.
She wanted to find the doctor who's going to give her a certain type
You
of
start to
medication she
see
wanted. I think she was probably maybe a
planning.
drug addict.
At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
And
this
also
is on her
taking, was
phone.
it
You can see her search
Valium for
Miralax.
anxiety attacks?
Kids Miralax
That's
at
a pretty
4:02.
powerful drug.
And
You can
a
take
little while later at
Atarax,
4:13,
which
you
is
see her search
a much more
for
mild
takeout from
stimulant.
3D.
I have
And then
Atarax
immediately after,
if
she
I have
does the
panic
Apple
attacks for
Map
anxiety.
search to see how long it takes to get to 3V.
The bottle's filled. I should tell you how often
The
it
defense
happens.
wants you to
But
believe that, she was checking that because she didn't want him gone for too long. She wanted him home. She was in distress. If you're in distress, don't send him anywhere. Make food at home. Have him cook. Get delivery. Get DoorDash.
I don't know.
Go to one of the other restaurants.
Yeah, I
that
think she was
Patrick
looking for
mentioned
Dr. Feelgood.
that were 2 minutes down the road. And she didn't have to look up on Apple Maps to see where this restaurant was. You heard from Patrick. They had been there at least 3 times in the months before. She had lived in that area for 4 years.
did I leave the stove on?
She knew generally how
No,
long
I
it
think
would
I
take
turned
to
it
get
off.
there. What she needed to know
That's all I can
was
think
how
of on
long
this guy's
specifically
face.
on that night it would take to get there. Because she knew she would have a limited amount of time to do what she wanted to do.
She didn't try
And
to
what
take her
she
own life at
decided
any
to
point
do
before. She only had
is to kill the
suicidal
children
thoughts and
and kill
homicidal thoughts
herself.
towards the kids. That's
And so
weird.
she needed to know, not generally, but exactly how much time will I have. And then obviously sees that that's not enough time. So then she
Maybe
searches
she was
CVS.
looking for them Zanny bars.
And not only does she search CVS, she calls them. Calls them and asks them if they have kids Miralax, and they say no, but they have Pedialax and one other medication. And then she asks, is it in stock? Because she needs to know not only what they have, but is it in stock? Because she's adding to this errand that she's sending Patrick out on. And she has to make sure she's not interrupted. She doesn't want that call at 5:33. She wants him to go to CVS and have the medication there and get it and then go on to 3V so she has time to do what she needs to do. So that's why she's calling to see what they have and make sure it's in stock. It's a level of planning there.
I haven't watched all this case. I've only watched the end of it. Otherwise, I'd want to punch the screen.
And then after that, she texts Patrick, you know, it's been a long day, can we do 3V? And he's on board with that. And she's like, okay, check out the menu, let's get on this. And he asks her what she's getting. She tells him the Mediterranean Power Bowl. He says he's getting the pork belly risotto. 5:10 p.m., she's calling that order in. She's talking to the hostess. She gets the order accurate.
Yeah, that's what she get for the kids. She said not to worry about the kids.
Questions about how she wants her food. She's able to recall and give Patrick's phone number.
I'm sorry, that was
his name is the
horrible.
person picking up. And then Patrick's leaving to go get the food. And as he's leaving, the kids are in the living room on the couch eating. The defendant's in the doorway near the basement door. And she says to him, basically, by the way, can you go to CVS? Acting like it's this last minute thought, like, by the way, can you get this? And not something that she's been planning for over an hour. She knew about the Pedialax and she knew about 3D and she knew all of that before she even asked him about dinner. But it's like, can you go to CVS on your way and get kids Pedialax?
Yeah, I want to hit her with one of those chairs in the head.
He, of course, is like, sure, I'll get that. And he heads out the door at 5:15. And you know that's the time he leaves.
Lindsay.
Because he says to her, yeah, just text it to me. And that's such a normal kind of interaction that we have in your common sense of life experience. You're headed out the door to run an errand and someone in your home says, while you're out, can you get me X, Y, and Z? And you're like, yeah, sure, just text it to me. Because you don't want to get there and be like, what did they want me to get? It's such a normal interaction, right?
I came home and saw my kids are dead, so she did it, so I killed her.
And he heads out the door and she texts it to him at 5:15 p.m. And then he goes to CVS, even though she's told him what to get and they have it, he still makes that call at 5:33.
Here's the thing, too. There's people who went to the crazy home for doing this, and they even said they wish they were in prison.
And when he gets home...
So I don't know what the hell happens up on the crazy bin, but...
Quiet. It's quiet in a way that a house with 3 kids under 5 should not be during waking hours. So he calls out to them, no answer. He goes to the basement door and opens it and yells down and no answer. And he closes the door.
Well, the money actually might be not put on her books, but kept and put somewhere else.
He goes upstairs and is able to unlock the door and see the blood and see the window open and go down to her. And when he goes down to her, she's no longer actively bleeding. He doesn't have to put pressure on any of her wounds. And he says to her, what did you do? And her response is, I tried to kill myself. And then it's, where are the kids? In the basement. It's not, I heard a voice, I was compelled to do this, I didn't want to do this.
I've never been in prison.
Go help the
I don't
kids.
know how it is in there.
They're hurt, they're in the basement, go save them. No. It's, I tried to kill myself, and the kids are in the basement.
Well, because there's all these women being like,
and defense wants you to
I'm
believe
just
that
like
conversation
Lindsay.
couldn't have happened
So what
because
the
of how
hell's
she
wrong with you?
sounded on the 911 call. But you heard from the doctors, people can deteriorate over time. When he first gets there, she's able to talk to him. And as that progresses, she's losing the ability to talk. And there's nothing in the medical records about her throat being crushed or her thyroid being crushed. You can look at that. Her thyroid was bruised. Her vertebrae were broken, but her throat wasn't crushed. She had the ability to make sound and to communicate. And if you listen to the 911, he's talking to her And then he's answering the 911 dispatchers about what she said. So even if we can't hear her clearly and we can't understand what she was saying, he could. You know from all of the evidence that you have, putting aside the experts, but all the evidence you have in terms of crime scene photos and videos and the witness testimony and all the medical records, you know how she killed them, where she killed them, what time she killed them, and the order that she killed them in. Even without what she told the doctors about the order, that's something you can infer from the evidence. Because you know, in order to bring the kids to the basement and strangle each one of them, and then come upstairs and get a knife and have a phone call, and then go upstairs to the second floor and either take handfuls of pills or crush them, however she did it, take the pills, and then cut herself. And it's not just 3 cuts, it's the hesitation marks, and then the cuts themselves. And then you know she bled in a couple spots for a little while, because you heard from Sherry Crook how the pooling in front of the mirror is someone, basically the blood dropping down and someone there for a period of time, and then over closer to the window, the same thing. So she's bleeding in front of the mirror for a period of time, over by the window for a period of time, and then she goes out of the window. And whether she dove out or climbed out and slid down, whatever you think that evidence shows from the shingles and everything you've seen, whatever happened, she goes out of the window and she's on the ground. And by the time Patrick gets there, she's no longer bleeding. So
she ain't hit an artery.
Happen in that short amount of time while Patrick's gone.
She went across the street, not down the tracks.
Immediately after he left. Now, defense wants you to believe that it was after the phone call. That after the phone call, she heard the voice and killed the children. But there's a few things about that don't make sense. First is what she told Dr. Satoff, that when she gets the call, she's at the fridge getting chicken nuggets out of the fridge to make dinner. You heard from Patrick, when he's leaving, Dawson is sitting on the couch eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl. There's the crime scene photo of 2 bowls on the couch. Yes, the pink one seems to have some vegetables in it, but there's the blue one there as well. And Patrick saw Dawson eating the chicken nuggets and green beans. So why would the defendant make that up? Why would she say she's doing that during the phone call? Because if she's already killed the kids because of a voice and being compelled and it being against her will and she's like a puppet, then she can't get a call and miss it and then call the person back and have a conversation and then hang up. A puppet can't do those things. Those are decisions and choices and actions that she's controlling.
Go to war with Britain today.
The phone call
over giving them military technology
don't make sense if she's being compelled by her voice, if she's not in control. And you further on that, you have the phone, you have the flights climbed. There were 2 flights climbed. You can see, you have Ian Whiffin's report, you can see there were 2 flights climbed. The first ends at 5:33.
I don't know. I don't even understand why we still have court reporters.
She has killed the kids in the basement, and she has come up
the
the
stairs.
At
least giving someone a job, I guess.
At 5:33, she's in the kitchen, and she's getting the knife. And then Patrick calls.
That poor deputy over there needs to pee.
Everything from the research to making sure what they had, to telling him to get it, to making sure it's in stock, all of that, and he still calls her, he still interrupts her.
I don't know, but the lawyer needs to switch up what razor and shaving Joe is using.
Goes upstairs.
Guy has a rash, got the shit out of his face this morning shaving.
5:38. So the phone calls from 5:33 to just before 5:35. So if you want to believe that the voice happened after the call, and the killing of the kids happened after the call, between 5:33 and 5:38, she doesn't go down and come back up and come back up and come back up. There's nothing on that phone about that. And there wouldn't be enough time for her to bring those kids down to the basement and strangle each one in 3 minutes.
Yes, closing arguments.
From the doctors, and Dr. Lapasado included, it could take up to 30 seconds for each child to go unconscious. And then strangulation would have to continue for another 1 to 2 minutes to cause death. And Dr. Lapasado wanted you to believe that the band could just stay there around their necks by themselves. But you have the bands. They're exercise bands. You pull them, they resist, you let go, they snap back. I had to hold them up to show her in circles like around someone's neck. And when I let go, they expanded. They don't stay around someone's neck on their own. You have to pull them. And you know they weren't knotted. Patrick never testified that they were knotted, so I'll take this one. He testified that he didn't have a clear memory.
This coin thing is stupid.
He
just
remembered that they were possibly looped. And I asked him, like, when you're tying your shoe, that first loop before you do a bow? And he said, yeah, kind of like that. So not knotted,
and also,
not tied,
if you're wrapping this around someone's neck,
you heard him on that call. And that's why we had to play the call for you, because you could hear him. You could hear when he found each kid. And you knew that he had the phone with him when he found each kid, because his voice, it never sounded like he was
I don't know about anybody else, but I feel like it's even more disturbing that she would tie that around the kid's neck and just watch them struggle with it and suffocate. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But some part of my brain thinks that's even worse.
And then you have the firefighters looking in the window, seeing him with Dawson. And he's not untying a knot or unlooping something. They say they see him in an unwinding motion, unwrapping. That's why you had to listen to the 911, to show that she did stand over their limp bodies and strangle them for 1 to 2 minutes after they went unconscious. Because those weren't knotted, they weren't tied. They don't just stay there on their own. And even if you wanted to believe that at 5:38, she goes upstairs and puts the phone on the bed, and then she goes down and kills the kids, and she does everything. 5:38 to just after 6 p.m., because he's making the call to her at 6:09. There's not enough time between 5:38 and just after 6 p.m. to kill all 3 kids, to get the knife, to take the pills, to cut herself, to bleed.
But he did do a lot of pausing.
To stop bleeding and Patrick to get there. In 20-odd minutes, it's not enough time. So you know she killed those kids as soon as he left. And when she got the call from him, she had already strangled them. And she didn't tell him. She didn't ask for help. She didn't say, oh my God, what have I done? She's a nurse. She didn't go down and try to do CPR and help them. No, she lied. She stayed calm. She presented herself as normal. She had complete control over her behavior.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's lawyers that were like, I can't take this case.
She had a normal conversation with him.
I can't, my right mind take this case.
Coming home because she needed to finish her plan. She still had to kill herself. So why did she do it?
She's nuts.
Defense would have you believe that a mother who was this good, who loved her kids this much, which we're not denying, would never harm her kids this way unless she was so mentally ill that she was hearing these command voices and had no choice. But you know that's not the world we live in. Dr. Resnick told you, most women who kill their children do it in child abuse. Most women who kill their children don't do it because of mental illness. Mothers kill their children, and it's horrible and it's awful, but it happens. So why did she specifically do it? She was depressed. She was exhausted. She was done. She didn't want to try anymore. She felt damaged. But those kids were her protective factor. Those kids were keeping her from ending her misery.
I know the Metallica album.
And so she had to remove the protective factor. And I'm not saying she was happy about it. I'm saying that it was what she had to do to end her misery. But it was a choice. It was a choice. She could have kept trying. She could have, moved down to her mother's. She could have killed herself and left her kids alive. But it was a choice to take them with her. It was a horrible choice. And it's a choice that we don't want to think about, that a mother could make, because that doesn't make us feel safe or comfortable in this world. But it's a choice she made. She knew it was wrong because she sent Patrick out to do it. She could conform her behavior because she waited until he was gone.
The older guy's not doing the crossword puzzle.
Didn't call 911 for help, didn't lock herself in a bathroom upon hearing this voice. She knew it was wrong. She didn't take advantage of this situation. She created this situation, this opportunity to do what she wanted. And when she woke in the hospital, and she knew she was alive and the kids weren't, she knew what she did was wrong. She said she felt horrified. And then, while still with a tube in her throat, she's asking, do I have a lawyer? And it's not what defense said. It was after surgery and she's delirious. Look at the records. She had surgery on the 27th. She's asking if she has a lawyer on the 26th. Do I have a lawyer? Because she knows what she did was wrong. And then we get the justification, the excuse of the voice. And there are a few reasons why the voice doesn't make sense. The first is she immediately obeyed
We are $6 from a full bar, everybody.
Their expert, the one who knows everything about postpartum psychosis. He teaches other psychiatrists and psychologists. He writes books and chapters and articles about how this is a huge red flag if someone immediately obeys a voice. You heard him talk about Andrea Yates, about how she heard voices to kill her children for months. And what did she do? She committed herself 5 times. She tried to kill herself twice to avoid harming her children. That was all accurate.
Let's move on from that.
Lindsay Clancy hears his voice one time and does it.
Why do you make her move on? You let the old guy go on for fucking ever.
Call Patrick, call 911. Doesn't try to leave. Leaving little children alone for 20, 30 minutes, not the greatest option, but it's better than killing them. She doesn't try any tactics to avoid the voice. She just obeys. Another red flag that Resnick was asked about and teaches and writes about is that she only heard the voice one time. She never heard it before, and she hasn't heard it since. So how that works. It's a red flag that she's making up the voice. Another one is that what she said the voice told her isn't consistent. At the hospital, she says the voice said, you have to kill your children so you can kill yourself because they'll suffer without you. What she tells a lot of the doctors is, it says, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. And then she tells the chaplain, a third version, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because they're in danger. There's these 3 different versions. Another flag red flag, it doesn't make sense. That she's saying the voice says all these different things. And then the fourth thing that doesn't make sense about the voice is that it's vague in its command. It doesn't tell her how to kill the kids, where, with what, nothing. It says kill the kid so you can kill yourself. So she had to choose where, the basement. She had to choose how, strangulation. She had to choose with what, exercise band. Choose again, exercise band. Choose again, exercise band. She had to choose how to kill herself. Now, if you're being compelled by this voice, and you have no free will whatsoever, you're just doing, your body's acting on the voice. Why wouldn't
no,
you
he said
just
something
kill
earlier
yourself
too with the other guy, but
you killed the children,
it was
you strangled them, you hang yourself. That's
just for him to address the jury.
No choice. She tried 3
Hey, thank you very much for $2. Hey man, if everyone give me $2 a day, I'll be there in no time every day. Be able to pay all my bills.
This other quarter now.
But hey, thanks for the $2.
And explain to you why we got into
Thank you.
the superficiality of the wounds, and why we got into the height of the window, and why we got into how she didn't take enough pills to actually kill herself. We're not saying she didn't want to kill herself.
7322 has just tipped $2.
We're talking about that third prong of suicidality that Dr. Satov talked about. Remember, he talked about aloneness and feeling burdensome, but that third category, capability. She wanted to kill herself, but her natural instinct to live was fighting against that. So she took pills.
Well, she also made sure she got rid of the husband prior.
They were all at therapeutic levels or below, except the Seroquel, which was a little elevated. She cut herself, but you saw the cuts on the meaty part of her arm horizontally. No arteries, no major blood vessels. Didn't need to be stitched the next day. The one on her neck didn't need to be stitched at all. She knew as a nurse those weren't going to kill her, but she was trying. And then going out of the window, 12, 13 feet. She landed the wrong way.
Yeah, I reported on it earlier.
On the frozen ground. But, you know, the idea that falling out of a 12-foot window is going to definitely kill you, not necessarily. And so she wanted to. She was trying. She was trying in all these different ways. But she just couldn't get over that third prong, the capability of actually killing herself. And that goes against it being a voice. Because if she's compelled to do it, if this voice is making her do it, she would just do it. There would be no fight. There would be no struggle. There would be no resistance to dying. But there was. I guess the third one is Dr. Zeisel. We've never said that he told the defendant what to say. Not one witness, not one piece of evidence. The only person that said that Dr. Zeisel, that we were trying to say Dr. Zeisel told her to make up the voice, is defense counsel. He's the only one that asked about it. He's the only one that brought it up. We have never said that in this courtroom, and no witness has said that we've asked. She knew what she did was wrong. She could conform her behavior to the law and chose not to. And she didn't expect to have any consequences because she expected to die with her children. And we get to
I probably won't,
we have to prove,
because I don't know if my audience really wants to watch the GTA 6 trailer thing.
And cruelty. You know it was deliberate.
It's only 8:46 where I'm at.
Because of the way she killed them and the way they died. And the order also shows a rationality. The order she killed them in. Because Cora and Dawson are older. If she had tried to strangle one in front of the other, they would have known this is bad. And they would have tried to intervene or run and hide. And she had a very limited time. She didn't have time to try to find a child who ran off and hid. So taking Dawson first and moving him to a separate room, having Cora stay with Kellen and having Dawson go in another room, that's rational. That makes sense. That's ordered thinking. And we didn't show you that post that she made about Dawson being a handful and not being compliant to show she was a bad mom. We showed it to you because it proves she knew that he was a handful. She knew that he was less likely to be compliant, to just go along. She knew that he might struggle. And so it made sense rationally to remove him and separate him first and kill him first. And she brought him into that room, into the office. and closed the door, and she wrapped that band around his little neck. And she squeezed until he was unconscious. As the blood's pooling in his face and causing those blood vessels to burst, causing him pain and panic and confusion. And defense calls Dr. La Posada to say, no, it wasn't 20 or 30 seconds, it was only 5 or 10 seconds until he went unconscious. I'm sorry, how many seconds is it okay for them to have been in pain and panic and confusion? How about it wasn't okay for 1 second for any of those children to feel that? And they all felt it, all for up to 30 seconds. And then she continued strangling their limp bodies for 1 to 2 minutes to make sure they were dead. Deliberate premeditation. And then extreme atrocity and cruelty. The indifference that she showed to their pain, to their struggle, to their suffering, leaving them there on the floor with the bands around their necks, completely indifferent, because she had a plan and she was following it through. Just think of that. The being strangled and the pain and the confusion that they're going through, and it's being done by their mom. Their mom is the one that's hurting them. Their mom is the one that's killing them.
A lot of confusion too with the kids.
Atrocity and cruelty. She didn't see them in that moment as individual human beings with rights, with dreams, with futures, individually belonging to them. You heard about the 3 kids. Cora wanted to be a doctor and a mom. Dawson wanted to be a firefighter. Callan never got the chance to dream. Who knows what future he would have dreamed for himself. She killed them, and she left them there on the floor with the bands around their necks. She didn't bring them up to their beds and put them with their favorite stuffed animal and cover them up gently and lovingly, leaving them peacefully there. No. She left them discarded on the basement floor like broken toys because she was done playing the game. You know to a moral certainty. She is guilty.
All right, thank you, counsel. Now, members of the jury can sit here for a while. Does anybody need a short break? I think that would... All right, so we're going to return now to the instructions that I have. In rereading my instructions, I just kind of want to make sure that something's clear. So I'm going to ask you to go back to page 6. I think we were talking about murder in the 2nd degree. Everybody get there. All right. But I just kind of wanted to make clear that you may consider the defendant's mental condition at the time of the killing, including any credible evidence of mental impairment or the effect on the defendant of her consumption of prescription drugs, in determining any of the elements in murder in the 2nd degree charge as well. I mentioned that for some of the others, but specifically for the charge in murder of 2nd degree, there's an element regarding intent. Okay, so I just kind of wanted to make that clear. Probably is suggested in that, but as I read through it, I just kind of wanted to remind you that you can, as I said, you can consider the defendant's mental condition at the time of the killing, including any credible evidence of mental impairment or the effect on the defendant of her consumption of prescription drugs, in determining the elements in murder in the 2nd degree. All right, so I hope that cleared things up rather than confusing you any. But now I'm going to go to the general principles in regards to this case. All right. Now, As I said to you before, I'm incorporating the instructions that I gave earlier before the closing arguments with these instructions. So I want to talk about the presumption of innocence and the burden of proof. Once again, the indictments against Ms. Clancy are only an accusation. They're not evidence. The defendant has denied that she's guilty of the crimes charged in these indictments. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent of the charges against her. This presumption of innocence is a rule of law that compels you to find the defendant not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth produces evidence from whatever source that proves that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts. The defendant is not required to call any witnesses or produce any evidence since she is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence stays with the defendant unless and until the evidence convinces you unanimously as a jury that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires you to find the defendant not guilty unless her guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Your verdict, whether it is guilty or not guilty, must be unanimous. All right. Now, reasonable doubt. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges made against her, as I just told you. But what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, the term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you've compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty
I'm afraid they're going to spit roast the jury too.
Relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I've told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until she was proven guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor.
Especially since she's acting like some sort of smug bitch.
You still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I want to talk initially about my function, the function of the judge. My function as a judge in this case has been to see that the trial is conducted fairly, efficiently, and in an orderly manner. It's also my responsibility to rule on what you may consider as evidence and to instruct you on the law that applies in this case. It's your duty as jurors in this case to accept the law as I stated to you. You should consider all of my instructions as a whole. You may not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any one instruction. You must follow the law as I give it to you, whether you agree with it or not.
So apparently there's a recall of IV solution
every person
that was contaminated with fiberglass
and is subject to the same law.
I don't know how fiberglass got inside IVs bags. They're supposed to be sealed.
Jurors in different cases had different views, then the parties in those cases would not be treated equally.
Sterile.
The law that I'm instructing you on is the law that has been established by our legislature and our appellate courts, and it applies to everyone. And you must apply the law as I instruct you. Function of the jury. Your function is to determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to accept, how important any evidence is that you do accept, and what conclusions to draw from all the evidence.
Yeah, Lama, we saw that earlier.
As I give it to you, to the facts as you determine them
the voice
to
of our child
in
is
order
gone.
to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven its case. You should determine the facts solely on a fair consideration of the evidence. You are to be completely fair and impartial, and you are not to be swayed by prejudice, by personal likes or dislikes towards either side, or by any personal view you may have the nature of the claims or the defenses in the case. Your decisions must rest solely on the facts that you find and the law that I give to you in these instructions. Nor are you to be influenced by any personal likes or dislikes you've come to feel towards any party or any attorney. In this courtroom, every person is equal and is entitled to a fair and impartial verdict in accordance with the evidence and the law. You are not to decide this case based on anything you may have read or heard outside of this courtroom. That, with the exception of that, is the observations you made at that view, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. You are not to engage in any guesswork about any unanswered questions that remain in your mind, or to speculate about what the quote-unquote real facts might or might not have been, beyond what has been proved by the evidence. You should not consider anything that I've said or done during the trial as any indication of any opinions as to how you should decide this case. If you believe that I've expressed or hinted at any opinion about the facts of this case, please disregard it. I have no opinion about the facts or what your verdict ought to be. That is solely and exclusively your duty and your responsibility. Now, I'll talk about function of counsel. It was the duty of the lawyers in this case to object when the other side offered evidence which that lawyer believed was not admissible under our law. They also had an obligation to ask to speak to me at the sidebar about questions of law which the law requires me to rule on outside of a hearing. The purpose of such objections in rulings is not to keep relevant information from you. You should not draw any inference, favorable or unfavorable, to any attorney or their client for objecting to proposed evidence or asking me to make such rulings. That is the function and responsibility of the attorneys in this case. Now, what is evidence?
Within 10 years, we're going to have AI trials. Watch.
The facts are solely from the evidence admitted in this case and not from suspicion or conjecture. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses, as you recall it, and any documents, photographs, or videos, or other things that were received into evidence as exhibits. You may also consider any observations that you made while at the view that we took earlier in the trial. In this case, there may be certain documents or photographs that are entered multiple times. This does not mean that that evidence is any more or less important than any other evidence. I don't know if I watched
that one.
You, the jurors, will decide how to evaluate the evidence, that is, what weight to put to it. Now, in reviewing documents and evidence, you might find that there's some information that's been whited out or redacted. This is because the court has made some legal rulings about what evidence is relevant to this case. You should not draw any negative inference against either party based on these redactions.
Honestly, I think our court system works a little weird
about what information has been redacted. In addition, a couple of stipulations were entered into evidence during the course of this trial. A stipulation is an agreement that has been made between the parties. The contents of such stipulation may be accepted by you as facts and relied on you along with other facts that you find based on the evidence. Now, of course, the quality or strength of the proof is not determined by the sheer volume of evidence or the number of witnesses or exhibits. It's the
all
weight
this
of the
stuff
evidence,
that you heard in the court case and all these lawyers that talk, ignore it.
Some things that occur during a trial are not evidence.
Put what you want in a hat, and when you pull it out, it'll probably be just as convincing as anything else.
A question put to a witness is never evidence. Only the answers are evidence. So if a witness agrees with a fact or a proposition contained in a question, then the fact or proposition agreed to is evidence. However, if a witness disagrees with a fact or proposition contained in a question, then the fact or proposition is not evidence simply because it was suggested in the question. You would have to look elsewhere for evidence about that issue. You may not consider any answers that I've stricken. They're not evidence.
I bet you they will not get back to a thing until tomorrow.
Considered by you for any purpose. The opening statement and closing arguments of the lawyers, not evidence. They're only intended to assist you in understanding the positions of the party. My instructions and anything that I've said during the trial, not evidence. All right, so if your memory of the testimony differs from the attorney's or mine, you are to follow your own recollection. You must consider the evidence as a whole. Now, I want to talk about direct and circumstantial evidence. There are two types of evidence that you may use to determine the facts in this case. There's direct evidence and there's circumstantial evidence. The law allows both direct and circumstantial evidence in a criminal case, and circumstantial evidence alone may be sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Direct evidence is when a witness testifies directly about the fact that is sought to be proved based upon what he or she claims to have seen, heard, or felt with their own senses. And the question there is whether you believe that witness or not. Circumstantial evidence.
I'm out of here. I am falling asleep. This guy is killing me. I can't do it. I tried. I can't do it. Falling asleep. I'm going to go take a nap. But we're not going to get a verdict till later anyways. I wasn't even planning on watching this. I was talking about the other stuff. So I'm out of here for now, folks. If you guys want to get the last, I don't know, where were you at? $4, that'd be great. I will do it just for you, Boris. I will. I'm going to go take a nice nap. Brownie Girl, I hope your guy, I hope they do okay. I hope he doesn't have a broken jaw. His face wasn't swollen, right? So hopefully it's okay. Hopefully, just a broken tooth, not a broken jaw. Broken jaw is gonna be pretty bad. He has a small fracture in his jaw. Oh shit! They have to do surgery? They have to wire it? Workman's comp for a month. Oh, sorry. So, I hope he gets better. I hope he's okay. All right, I'm out here, folks. I'm gonna go take a little bit of a nap, get some sleep. Love you all. Thanks for being here. Okay, good. Hopefully, it's just a hairline and it'll just heal itself. Thank you, Darlene. Thank you, Garbo. Thank you, Edward. You have a good one, everybody. I again passing out since I have not slept yet, and I will see you all later tonight at some point. All right, bye-bye.